Just fuck my shit up, god damn it.
Morning light on the shoreline glow, gentle breeze in the rhythm flow, waves rolling with a steady sound. Feel that lift.
I'm in full suffering mode right now.
Let your body sway. Island calling you out to play. Every moment feels brand new. All the
Did you finally get good at drawing and not cry? No, I did not get good at drawing, and I am crying. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. Draw through the pain. It's really the only way. Do you guys, when you play video games, like, what's the point in which you're the most into a video game? Because for me, it's like, it's not the end, and it's definitely not the beginning. It's like right around the middle, but like, I usually about like 60% or so, and it's like right before I earn like the one skill which will get my build online. If I feel like my build is gonna come online like super soon, then I'm not gonna stop playing until like I get that extra level or I get that one drop, you know? I feel like that's sort of where I am right now in my drawing. I'm like so fucking close to being online. I'm so close. I just need to grind 2 more years. Definitely during the climax of the game. The problem is when you get to the climax of the game, you're ready. Most of your shit is already like fully set up, and as thus there isn't the anticipation of completion. You just need to finish the tasks. Like, if you look at these images I made, the drawing I did of Battle Angel Alita and Motoko with some vague backgrounds and some line work like this. This is pretty much pro tier right here. This is like a completed image that you can publish right now in terms of like the balance of black and white and shit like that. The problem is that it took me like, I don't know, more than 3 hours to draw even like a single fucking panel, which obviously isn't fast enough. So it's like, I've gotten to the point where if I keep on like grinding the same image and redoing parts of it, I can get it to the point where it's like publishable level. The problem is that I can't fucking do that in an efficient way that would allow me to actually function as a professional mangaka. And this isn't even talking about all the other things you need to be able to do as professional mangaka, like, you know, story and plot and like being able to quickly grind out new stories and shit like that. We're just talking about the visual imagery. But I'm still like, I feel like I'm like right there on the precipice of where I need to get. I just need to grind a little bit more. That makes drawing sound like a horrible sex life. Sex havers could never have the power that I have. They waste too much time cooming. I see less competent stuff in Jump regularly. Your story flow is really good. But my art isn't really there at that point there yet, at least in terms of like speed. I feel like I could have a better story flow than a lot of shit, but that's, again, everything you see in a magazine is basically like people functioning at half strength. Because remember, they're all doing it on like 5 hours or 3 hours of sleep, and they get no breaks in between shit. So being like, oh, I can do something better if I take 8 months on it doesn't really count, you know? It's kind of like being like, I saw that NBA player miss a jump shot. I could hit that jump shot in an empty gym. It's like, yeah, good job, you fucking amateur. It's pretty funny when you see these people, wannabe sports players, who go up against 12th string bench warmer NBA players who are just like running their YouTube channel because they're about to retire or something. Like Brian Scalabrine has a YouTube channel where he just plays in the gym, and holy shit, everybody is so fucking confident that they're gonna beat him because he was like the 12th man NBA bench warmer, and he fucking just absolutely torches them. Like, most people can't even score a single point. It may be painful now, but everything is impermanent. Let me put it this way. I used to struggle to draw like 4 hours a day. And now I can draw 4 to like 8 hours, 10 hours a day pretty easily. So everything, even like durability, mental durability, it's all a skill. You just have to put in the grind, the fucking grind work. A lot of losing stamina on art is getting lost and not knowing how to produce results you want. I mean, also in the modern environment, the attention economy of the modern environment, a lot of people simply just don't have the stamina to be focused on something for long periods of time. So you're going independent publishing. I would support a Kickstarter. Or you're aiming at a magazine deal. So I'm going to send in my I'm going to finish a manga, like a 30-page or like 45-page one-shot or something like that. I'm going to send it into these contests, and whether it wins or not, you usually get an editor if it's good enough. If you don't get an editor, then you just take it to a different magazine. You just need to have something to show to people. online, there's a lot of people who are like, oh, I want to be a mangaka, but I can't even get an editor. And those people are like really bad. Because I fucking had an editor when I was 17. And if you saw my shit when I was 17, it was not good at all. Both in terms of like graphically and in terms of storyline and stuff. And I still had an editor. But I think I need editor coaching right now to get to the next level. You should have accomplished everything you're talking about now in your prime youth. There is a very strong opinion about that, or at least there used to be in Japanese publishing, but that's kind of outdated at this point. Part of the idea was because they're going to grind you to dust, they need you to be young. Because you need the body stamina to be able to draw for 30 hours straight without sleeping and stuff, and then you die at 60. But the publishing companies have finally realized that that's kind of stupid, so at least if you're serialized in an online magazine, they don't really have any excuse to work you to death. If it's still a paper-published magazine, the number of pages in the magazine is already determined beforehand. So, like, if you can't make your deadline, they literally have to find somebody else's manga to put in that, or else the book can't be made. But online, it doesn't really matter one way or the other, so they're much more flexible. If you read Jump Plus and stuff, you'll notice that a lot of the manga are updated bi-weekly instead of every week. So that reduces the number of pages that you're shitting out from like 60 plus to down to maybe like 50 or 40 pages, which makes it much more manageable. So what you're saying is you need to finish your one shot and submit it? Kind of. I haven't even started the penning, the inking though yet. I'm still working on the storyboard. I would say I'm getting sidetracked into other stuff, but I'm not actually getting sidetracked because I'm doing like deep dive explorations of the core concept of how I'm trying to draw shit. That's not getting sidetracked at all. That's actually, super important part of producing a good manga, so I'm not gonna hold that against me. I thought the Japanese community did not believe in youth experience and age above else. In the case of shonen manga and shoujo manga especially, the corporations would often heavily favor younger creators. So you would have to get good at drawing at an early age so you could go to serialization at an early age. But because I'm eternally trapped in the mental state of a teenager because I haven't properly become an adult, it doesn't really matter to me. The reason why being young is better is because you need to have like the physical toughness to be able to handle not sleeping and stuff. But it's also because you need to have the mental toughness to be able to produce content that is relevant to your audience base. But the thing is, the current audience base isn't of shonen and shoujo, isn't actually young people anymore, because the only thing that young people consume is fucking TikTok videos and Minecraft YouTuber shit. So there's no point in appealing to them. So you can create shonen content, but you may as well just be writing for millennials if you're a millennial. It's not like there's a huge demographic of young kids. Apparently, it's especially hard if you want to be in the shoujo business, because so much of shoujo business is still aimed at young girls. And you have to remain, like, fashionable and understand, like, what young girls are still into. As usual, the female ecosystem is way more severe than the male ecosystem. Women are the first to tell other women that they're old hags and not ready to compete in whatever environment. Whether it's the readers being like, ooh, what is this old hag manga? Or the editors being like, you're an old hag now, we don't want you. You looking far within, like what you did with your expansive explanation about manga paneling a few months ago? So manga paneling, I think I have a very good understanding of it. What I'm really trying to figure out is the black and white balance of each page. Like, what is it to have a page that looks finished, right? Because there's certain levels of messiness and sketchiness and stuff that is forgiven, and there's certain levels that are not forgiven. I think the thing that immediately comes to mind as an example of something that isn't forgiven, despite the fact that we were forced to forgive it, but the fact that everybody continues to talk about it to this day, is of course, this one. The legendary Togashi Yoshihiro posting his fucking storyboard panels in the published version of the Shonen Jump in the magazine. I knew it. Of course, this is the most infamous example, right? Ultimately, it becomes a question of, when readers read your shit, are they going to be taken out of the verisimilitude because they're like, wow, what the fuck? That's some squiggly fucking lines. Is this supposed to be that way? They're not focusing on the story, right? They're not in the situation when it's like this level of scratchiness. But like some of these pages, like this level of pages, he's not drawing much, but I feel like I don't think he changed any of this in the finished books. So a lot of it is having enough black and white balance to the point where like people just don't notice it. So there's like a nature to black and white and gray. The black represents intensity of the eye. Like, it's not just dark objects, it's like red and stuff like that. It's the popping. If you have like an object or a color that it has like high contrast and intensity, that's where you make it like heavy black. But then you can't put everything in heavy blacks, because that way it's like if you have like a super high contrast color palette in a drawing, it feels way too heavy. It's like it's very noisy and loud and painful to look at. And then the white areas represent space, and they represent atmosphere. And they also represent like a flow space from which your eye lines, they kind of flow through the white areas from one high contrast area to another high contrast area. And then you need a certain percentage of gray to sort of hold the shit together. But if you put in too much gray, the page doesn't have enough pop, and it just kind of looks kind of flat and muddy. I only noticed imbalance because you pointed it out, so you're correct. So you can immediately, a good way to look at this is to not look at professional manga, but to look at amateur manga. And look at people who can't draw very particularly well. Any of these will probably do. Let's look at this, for example. Look at the black and white balance here. It's immediately too dark, right? I think you can immediately notice. There's only these tiny white areas right here. And the artist understands enough that this the white area is going to attract people's eyes, and they're trying to use it. It's not that bad a composition, but because it's the only white area, it just seems like a very I don't know, a crushed page. And now that they're out of this area, they're using these very thin, scratchy lines, and their pages are just like completely white. And now it seems like there's no weight to anything. There isn't anything that really attracts your eye. So this is what happens when you're thinking in terms of just like this, like colors in terms of real life. Everything seems too white and unfinished, right? So you compare that to a professional artist. Let's go to can't find my shit without running into 10 million thumbnails of porn, because like half of my drawings are that. So here you have Suzuki Nakaba. Who is using very dramatic hard blacks here and stuff like that. When he does use a very large white space like this, he has a strong understanding that he's using the whiteness to create atmosphere, right? Space, emptiness, three-dimensionality. But what's important here is that for the lines that he is drawing, these are actually very thick lines if you compare them to the lines of the panels. So that's one of the one ways in which I measure the thickness of my lines and how hard I'm going to create my blacks. If you look here, here's like these clear black areas which are about the same thickness as the panel lines. I try to make sure that the large popping lines like here and stuff like that that really illustrate the thickness of the body are at least as thick as my panel lines. If you look at drawings like this, he's making sure that hard blacks make up at least maybe like about 30% of the page, and then whites are about 40%, and then grays, which in this case are done by hatching and details, like even these little dots, these are all gray. Those become another 30% of the page. And this is all without using any real screen tones. So if you look at some of my own drawings that I did recently, we're not talking about all the porn I forgot to take off of the page. This, I would say, the black-white gray balance is perfect. But, for example, this. Here I'm trying to make these very strong black lines, but it's actually, it feels like it's too dark, I would say. I'm reviewing this, and I feel like in this sequence of pages, the combination of pen tools I was using and the line thickness choices I was using actually made it a little too high contrast. And one thing that you do, a problem with making the lines too thick, is it actually hurts with the three-dimensionality a little. It's, the lines have to be thick in some places and get thinner and sharper in some places to help with the three-dimensionality. This one, same Yu-Gi-Oh concept, but it's better. The lines up close are thicker, the lines far away are properly thinner. But I think some of this might here be it might be still a little too high contrast. This one also, I think there's too much black lines. And a lot of this is coming from me. This also feels like a little too much. It's coming from me not being able to figure out what pen tools I'm going to use in what situations. This also is a little too thick. These lines are too thick, and they're too even. This needs to have more variability, like this leg right here. So, a lot of this is affected by the pen I'm using and the techniques I'm using with each pen. I currently have like 4 or 5 different pens that I bring out in different situations, but I still haven't really figured out a concrete process of which pen I'm going to use in which situations. So this is the one I have at the top. This is called the Sengayo pen. It has a very kind of pencil-y like feeling to it. If you look up close, it has a lot of dots, and it creates a kind of fuzziness, grayness to it. This is the most popular downloadable pen tool in Clip Studio Paint. But it's not very good at sharp lines. It's okay. There are some pictures I did recently, like the Superman pic, in which I use this as the primary tool, but I don't really want to rely on it too much. It's very easy to use though, which is why it's probably the most popular one. So this is a pen tool, which I think I can just draw everything with this. I call this my calligraphy gray tool. This is like a self-created tool based off of another person's pen that got removed from the store, so I had to recreate it by like fiddling with the numbers here. Anyways, I could go into my pen choices for like 30 minutes, but what I'm trying to find is a situation in which I can quickly use like one or two pens and sort of draw naturally and then have the right amount of black, white, gray balance and line thickness so that the image will feel properly three-dimensional and balanced in a way that looks professional. And it currently takes me like way too much time to do that. Like I can do it because I'm working digitally. I can just like keep on redoing it to the point in which it eventually looks good. But that obviously will not work if I'm talking about like if I'm on a fucking deadline. So and part of that is also me trying to figure out my rough draft process, because I do need to do some amount of a rough draft to figure out where I'm going to position objects. But I've also noticed that even if I do a rough draft, I can't just ink over the rough draft lines. And whenever I do that, I just end up redrawing a lot of shit anyways. So now I'm trying to do like a minimal amount of rough draft and just sort of fixing it as I go. Because most of my problems come from not being able to decide like where I want to have the darker areas and stuff like that. And having the rough draft, that alone just kind of fucks with my brain state of what it looks like. I need to do some more traditional art. I mean, that's the good thing about digital art, right? Is that you get unlimited retries. Of course, this makes you slower because artists tend to be all like, oh, it's not perfect, and then we draw it 30 times, but it definitely improves the quality. Drawing digitally is like bodybuilders using steroids. You still need to do the work, and you have like genetic predispositions to make you great or not, but it's still like fucking cheating. Don't let anyone tell you that it isn't. Why am I learning colors? And then colors, of course, are their own entire separate universe. And it's not like colors are a more advanced version of like black and white. What often happens with illustrators and stuff who are used to working in color and they just try and become mangaka, often their black, white, gray balance is off because they're so used to having colors. So that often works like a crutch, and they don't know how to do it in black and white, because you can't just be like do like the same shit the same techniques you're using color for black and white. You have to do like different shit. So there's lots of examples of that. Are you more excited about the Tupac Yakuza game or the Gundam game? Neither. I'm not interested for Yakuza in general. I haven't really ever finished a Yakuza game. Yakuza is too close to Japanese TV dramas, and I don't like Japanese TV drama acting. Although at least the Yakuza acting a lot of it is from V Cinema, which isn't as annoying. And I'm not a Western weeb, so I don't have the same level of like, oh my god, it's Japanese gangsters doing Japanese things, that's so cool. I don't have as much of that either, so I have never really played much Yakuza games. And I'm also not excited for the Gundam game because it has like weird alien biomecharoids in it instead of just normal robots. I would be more excited if it wasn't Gundam. I just don't want any aliens. I don't want any biotechnology. It doesn't even have to be aliens in my Gundam. I only want robot on robot action. Why is a dead rapper getting their corpse puppeteer? It's weird, man. Is Tupac gonna be in the Yakuza game? All I know is because people were shitposting with Snoop Dogg and an image of Tupac on 4chan. I didn't know that it was because Tupac was announced for Yakuza. What about Stellar Fist? If you go on 4chan right now, half of the threads are about cute tomboy with short hair. It does feel like we're fully out of the DEI era, at least when it comes to Japan. We have multiple waifus incoming. We have pink-haired e-girl who desperately needs dick correction in Ace Combat 8. We have the Koreans creating more moderately fat-assed tomboy underage girlfriends. We have the best of all waifus, Snoop Dogg, in our Yakuza games. Maybe I'm overreacting. I mean, the problem is that there's no modern day rappers that anybody wants to see in their Yakuza video game. That's why. I mean, who would you be excited about if it was like, hey guys, we have Drake in our new video game? Would you be like, oh, that's so cool, what is he gonna do? Call me in the middle of the night because he's lonely or something? Like, what the fuck? All the cool rappers are dead, especially if it's a game about gangster rap. Rappers are no longer gangster anymore, even if they still get shot. They have Kratos, a giant wife, but she's not giant in any way. Yes. I thought she was unattractive and uninteresting from day one of God of War remake. And now they're like, guys, surely you care about this character that's just been dead. Right? To which I will tell them a universal truth. People don't care about the fucking dead flashback character. The reason why flashback characters are dead in a flashback is because people don't care about them. They're not the fucking main character, okay? Jay-Z looks like one of those intentionally ugly avatars people make in sports games. No! My beautiful waifu Beyonce is getting fucked by ugly bastard Jay-Z just because he's successful and has money. How do we cope with this? Beehive bros. I can't handle it. Said no one. I feel like the entire Beehive is just women, so... The memes have so far been the funniest part of the God of War trailer. Is it more people being like, don't you ever talk to me or my wife's son again? Western culture needs to come to reality and realize people don't like old women who are past their breeding age and entering menopause. And they need to stop trying to force it. You either have to go like full granny, so you get like the cool mode of like a grandmother who can use kung fu or some shit like that, or make the women of prime breeding age so men are sexually attracted to them. This whole collective social psyop experiment telling men that they should be sexually attracted to women whose ovaries have dried up, just, it's not a thing. They're too scared to do the grandma route. I think they're just not creative enough, actually. They're just not aware of what's cool or not. That's all. Grandma with a shotgun is a unironically fun video game concept, but they won't make it. I knew people were going to be mad at ideologue retards who are trying to attempt to replacing Kratos. I mean, part of the problem is that Kratos' game was supposed to be over at God of War 3 in the first part, right? He literally fucking killed... He killed Ares! Ares! He killed Zeus! Zeus! Like, what more do you want to do? They even made, like, these half-ass prequels, which is always like a sign that you've finished the story when they make the fucking prequel, of course. And he's like, no! I forgot who it was supposed to be. Random Greek story character. Oh, it was Pandora, wasn't it? Pandora, no! You're my new daughter, Fu. You can't go! This is God of War Rising or some shit like that, which I only played because it was available for rental back when you could still rent video games. The news stories were fine, but yeah, so I like new God of War because it has the axe throwing mechanic, and I'm a huge fan of throwing axes at people. Also, the over-the-shoulder camera reminds me of Resident Evil 4, and anything that reminds me of Resident Evil 4 will automatically be fun for me. I also like the dynamic of being an abusive, angry father simulator. That's always fun. RE4 is the best game ever. OG, of course. Fuck yeah. I'm also okay with the Code Veronica remake. I felt that the RE2 remake was one of the few justifiable remakes because they didn't have the technology at the time of RE2 to fully realize the artist's vision. So you had like shooting zombies off screen and stuff like that. And RE2 did a really good job with the remake. And I feel like Code Veronica is the same. Code Veronica was like this weird point in between the previous fixed camera REs and RE4, and it didn't really... It had like some sequences where you could shoot stuff with the sniper rifle and do shit in first person, but then you would go back to not being able to see what you're shooting at for the rest of the game. It just kind of felt like they hadn't truly figured out how to translate the RE franchise to a three-dimensional environment properly. So I think it's perfectly fine as a remake. However, after Code Veronica, they're kind of out of content to remake unless they want to remake 5, which honestly doesn't need a remake. And if they're not going to go, they probably won't be allowed to go full DEI They won't be allowed to go full racism or full DEI for RE5, I feel. I feel like there will still be too much pissy, whiny liberals about shooting Africans to release it without a controversy, but also there's no way to do RE5 properly without shooting Africans, so they're kind of between a rock and a hard place. Speaking of rocks, epic Chris Boulder meme inclusion in the RE Veronica trailer right there. Capcom is fully aware of the internet discussions. With the Chris Boulder reference in the trailer, I'm surprised that we haven't seen any, like, references to, like, Claire's ovaries, or they could just, like, put in, like, a Claire, have you checked your eggs in the refrigerator? Make sure that the eggs aren't past the expiration date. That would be bad. Also, do you know Leon's phone number? Love, Chris. Just have, like, a fucking meme email from Chris in there. Yeah, Capcom is fully aware of the online memes, of course. Still no update on GTA 6, though. They're not going to announce it in one of these large shows. They'll just announce it on their own timeline. It's, like, too fucking big. They don't really need us. They don't need the publishers and stuff to help them. They already have enough publicity anyways, so... It does make you wonder if it's gonna be shit, though. In most cases, games that are delayed indefinitely are pretty shitty, but in the case of Rockstar, I imagine they're just cooking for way too long. Anyways, most of the money isn't going to come from, like, the base game and the plot and stuff anyways. It's going to come from all the kids who are role-playing and buying shark cards or whatever, so it's kind of irrelevant. I wonder how long the Steam Machine Copium will sustain the Half-Life 3 copers. Do we even have the Steam Machine? I know it was announced, but are they selling the fucking, Gaben cubes, as we like to call them? Or was it just announced, or are they still waiting on production because all of the GPUs are fucking held up for AI? Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Just the decks. Well, the decks have been out for a while. Also, they're made by companies besides Steam. Also, their GPU is much less demanding than what I would assume is going into the cubes.
You jump from when you die. That's a new move of the game. You talk, you die.
Demetrius, get off the game, go to the bathroom, and take a shit. Now.
Hey.
Bathroom and shit now. Go to the bathroom and take a shit. I can smell you. Get off.
Hey,
go to the bathroom.
Get out.
Go to the bathroom. I can smell you shitting yourself. Get up and go to the bathroom. Now.
No.
Get up and go to the bathroom.
Not yet. What the hell?
Go to the bathroom. You're shitting yourself.
Not yet. What the hell?
Go to the bathroom. You're shitting yourself.
Not yet. No.
I will rip everything apart. I swear to God. Go to the bathroom.
Not yet.
You're shitting yourself.
Not yet.
You're shitting yourself. Poop is coming out of your fucking asshole. Go to the bathroom.
Not yet. What the hell?
Go.
Not yet. No.
Go to the goddamn bathroom.
Nice.
God, what a fucking Chad. Whenever some stupid woman tries to get between you and your gaming time, you must always tell them, not yet. We still have a little bit more gaming to do. Women can never understand what it means to be a true gamer. Oh my god, that's foul. Was dude actually shitting himself or gesturing? He was probably shitting himself. Because it's taped from his own, like, fucking stream and stuff. I believe he was still... There's, like, other footage of him doing that, but that's the famous one. Ooh, he's, it's one of the famous gamer memes. That and chocolate milk. So he's like Chris Chan. He probably has significantly lower IQ than Chris Chan. If you think about it, it's probably a pretty tragic situation in which the kid is, like, you know, legitimately mentally disabled and his parent has to take care of him for the rest of his life and so on. So it's not actually a laughing matter, but it definitely is a laughing matter, if you know what I mean. People who say it isn't funny are not seeing the humor in the situation. Anyways, he's an inspiration to gamers everywhere. As someone who was playing Final Fantasy XI when I was, like, unemployed in 2010, and I was in the middle of, like, a farming situation, and I was in a dorm in Japan. And the thing about Final Fantasy XI is that because it's an online game and it's a social game, you literally can't stop until, like, you get a break time. And if you're like, I have to piss, I need to take a break, you break the leveling chain for everybody, because you get more and more experience while doing these leveling parties if you chain one enemy to another without resting. So you fuck up the entire rotation if you're like, I need to piss. So I held my bladder in until, like, everyone was like, okay, finally, we're gonna end the party now. I was able to get there, but then when I got out of my room and was walking down the hallway in the dorm, I fucking pissed myself. My bladder fully evacuated before I get to the toilet. This was when I was like 23 or so. And I was just like, shit. I'm glad I wasn't on a crowded train or something. This was like late at night, of course, because, you know, I was living the MMORPG lifestyle, so this is like 3 in the morning as well. But I was like, shit, I pissed myself in the hallway. Ball pissy lore. It would be like high quality content if I was a cute girl. Then everybody in chat would be like, excuse me, m'lady. Perhaps you could vacate your bowels directly in my mouth. But I'm not a cute girl, so it's just normal piss. If anything, it's a negative when a guy pisses himself. Did you leave it there? No, I wiped it up a little. Luckily, I was wearing, you know, pants and underwear, so most of the piss was properly absorbed by my shorts and underwear. But I did wipe up a little bit of it. You don't want to leave a giant piss puddle in the hallway. This would be, I've been a VTuber clip if you're a girl. All the Simpson chat would, like, freak out and donate hundreds of dollars if they saw a VTuber girl pissing themselves. They would be like, that's so kawaii. Or omodashi. Yes, omodashi is the term. It literally means pissing yourself. Leaking. I would drink your puddle without a straw, my queen. Luckily, this was a Japanese dorm, so it had linoleum floors. If it was an American dorm, it would definitely have carpeting. Carpeting is a fucking menace to society. It's just like, whenever people decided that we need to all have carpeting, it's just like a massive invitation to mites and people shitting themselves and pissing themselves and puking on the carpet, especially in a dorm room, considering that guys are just gonna be like puking. Freshman dorm room carpet, horrible idea. I've also said that I puked in my dorm room after drinking like vodka that somebody else mixed, so I didn't know what the ratio of juice to vodka was, and I immediately started to feel sick and then ultimately puked. But that's really not an interesting story because I'm pretty sure the janitor had to clean up like one puke incident in the freshman dorm room per week, so it hardly was special to me. That's just like standard life of a college dorm room Janny. Poor bastards. Do people in Japan like vodka? So in the case of me drinking vodka and puking, that was in my American college dorm, not Japan. Japanese people like, they like vodka adjacent drinks like Chuhai, which is like strong zero. Ruby grapefruit vodka. See, in Japan we have more powerful concoctions than that. Let's see, which is your favorite grapefruit flavored Chuhai, milady? Would you like your Amazon Zeitaku Shibori grapefruit, 41% juice, 4% alcohol? Would you like your Suntory Super Chuhai, 5% alcohol? Hyoketsu Muto, no sugar, 4% alcohol grapefruit. See, those are actually nice and small amounts. It's important to remember that even at 5% or 4% or 6% alcohol, the Chuhai is doing just as much work to immediately destroy your liver and kidneys because it's full of artificial sweeteners, which are also bad for your liver. So you're hitting your liver from like both sides, from like the sugar digestion side and the alcohol side. Your liver's like, oh no, please, Oni-chan, I can't handle it anymore. I work at a hibachi restaurant, and ever since our sake heater broke down, we microwave our sake when someone asks for hot sake. Is that considered a sin in Asia? I have no fucking idea, because I'm not an alcohol drinker. I feel like most people who drink sake, if they're not like full cuisine foodies, then they go in the opposite direction and they're full on alcoholics. So I'm sure the alcoholics don't give a fuck. Drinking is not just worth it. Not. It's worth it if you have intense social anxiety and you can't handle being around people and you just need to make it through your business dinner or whatever. But then, like, that's how you become an alcoholic. Because, like, if you're drinking because you're socially anxious, well, you have to be around people all the time. So that's just like recipe to eventually get alcoholism. Feels good, man. Drinking is not worth it, especially past 25. It's basically not worth it at any point, but, you know, try and convincing someone that as a 40-year-old uncle, if I walked up to local, 15-year-old alpha who's already going down the path of alcohol abuse, and I'm like, kid, let me scare you straight, kid. Don't do the drinking. It's not worth it. Look at me. They'd be like, shut the fuck up, Grandpa. No one gives a fuck about you. And then they go and drink anyways, so... The funny thing is that our current younger generation is drinking much less, so I don't really have to tell them. Gen Alpha kitties being like, what's up, Gramp? We don't need to drink to have a good time. We have our vanilla-flavored vapes instead. Get the little juice boxes of alcohol like a proper alcoholic in Japan. That's not a proper alcoholic. The true alcoholic, that's like beginner alcoholic. True alcoholic gets the full fucking milk carton. Your massive fucking milk carton of onigoroshi sake. Yeah, you can get the little straw pack right here, but why get it when you could get the nice fucking milk? Or you should just get the fucking the box. I assume this has how many? Like 6 of these inside. See, Japan is such a well thought out country. They realized to properly provide alcohol to the alcoholics, if they started giving them sake in glass bottles, the alcoholics would drop the glass bottle because their hands would be shivering from withdrawal. So they're like, hey, why don't we just skip out the whole part where we pretend like, you're not an alcoholic and just give it to you in a fucking paper carton like it's a fucking milk. You can also get industrial size whiskey. Here, son. This Gyomuteng, this is like the this is also a plastic bottle, by the way. Suntory whiskey, 5-liter PET bottle. Nikka Black, 4 liters. Oh, thank God, I was worried that I wasn't getting enough whiskey in my normal bottle. They say America is the place where everything is bigger, but can you just go to your local store and get your 4-liter bottle of whiskey in a plastic jug? That's too much? You die at like 1/3 mark, probably. I mean, you say it's too much, but I've been watching like YouTubers who are ex-alcoholics, and they would like, the guy who would talk about their drinking, and they'd be like, I'd buy 2 1.5-liter bottles of vodka, one for today and one for tomorrow, and they'd like finish like 1.5 liters in a day. So I don't know how you don't die from doing it, but like, alcoholics, their livers are a different breed. They're not built like me. What the fuck is the YouTube, my guy? YouTube has figured out that I'm an 18 to 34-year-old man, but that's all they know, because I keep on watching weird shit, so they're like, surely he likes alcohol and drug abuse communities, and I'm just watching them to see live vicariously through people who are completely fucked up, because I don't use any drug. I have a friend of mine used to be an alcoholic, and that's essentially what he did. It's crazy that they can drink so much that it starts fucking with their budget, considering how cheap alcohol can be in the modern society. But these people drink so much, even when they're like drinking the shittiest, cheapest type of alcohol, they still start to run out of money. Also, it doesn't help that they probably become unemployed, but like as someone who is already out of it, if I drink half a beer, there's no way in which I could ever drink enough to be like, I'm running out of money because, you know, I'm spending it all on alcohol. But these people can do that easily. A whole bottle of vodka per night, exactly. Their livers are just built different from Asian Gene BaalBuddy who can't drink any alcohol at all. It's crazy that they don't just like die immediately and it takes them like 20 years, but he did it for anxiety reasons. Very hard worker though. He was Asian. There's plenty of Asians who are intense alcoholics. There just ain't me. But yeah, a lot of the alcoholics are also extremely hard workers, and somehow they're functional enough that they can go to their job while they're like completely fucking plastered. It helps in Asia if you have public transportation and you don't have to drive, but also a lot of overlap between like the cooking industry. Lots of cooks. For the YouTubers that I watch that were like ex-alcoholics, like a good 2 or 3 of them were in the culinary arts. Zero sleep, alcoholism, everybody's smoking. Is Asian flush after drinking a real thing? So, there's plenty of Asians who have, like, extremely powerful livers who can handle that kind of shit, but there is a certain population of Asians who don't have, like, your liver releases, like, several enzymes to handle alcohol, and there's a gene that you just don't produce some of those enzymes, and I have that gene. So if I just drink like half a drink of beer, I'm already like, I already have a headache. I'm buzzed after like a quarter of a bottle of beer, and I'm hungover if I finish the entire bottle. So there's really zero reason for me to be drinking, because like I immediately go to like, oh, I feel like shit. I have decided to handle my social anxiety by just leaving and not socializing with people. Line cooks are notorious for drinking drugs. It doesn't help that if you're in that environment, you probably have like connection to a bunch of drug dealers as well, because the drug dealers, like, you know, are going to show up at 2 a.m. at your diner or whatever. Why there's a joke in so many manga where dudes can't handle literally any alcohol? Is there? I mean, for me, it feels more common in which you have shonen manga, and something that shonen manga is very adamant about is this might be a shonen manga about like kids with superpowers literally like killing people and shit like that, but the one thing they won't allow is to show like young kids actually drinking any alcohol and having a good time or something. That is a big no-no. So then they'll be like, hey, everybody's getting drunk. Oh, it was actually just tea. They were all drinking tea, and they were just getting drunk on the atmosphere. Yes, sir, that's what happened. If you remember Persona 4, they did exactly that. Like, showing any kind of underage drinking and shit is just, like, absolutely prohibited. I don't know if there's a law against it, or if it's just, like, publishing companies and stuff have just collectively decided that they're never going to show it. But it's always like the silliest shit where it's like, dude, these people like fucking murdered somebody like 5 hours ago, and now you're afraid that people are going to get the wrong idea of what you should and shouldn't do because they're drinking alcohol, but it'd be like that. One dude who's an insane lightweight, like they get drunk on alcoholic candy. Those are more situation comedy in which they want to show people behaving in different ways by getting drunk. But if they actually had to drink like a liter of vodka to get to that drunk state, that would be like, why aren't you stopping them? But if they just immediately get drunk, it's like, oh my god, he's such a lightweight. And then you can have like the whole like they're drunk scenario without, you know, having like 8 empty bottles on the table. They just want to do the drunken shenanigans without having the long drinking session that is required to get there. I get very bold and focused when I do drink. Stupid Surgeon General telling strong women they can't have 1 or 2 drinks just because they have a fucking fetus inside them. She's a strong, independent woman. She doesn't need your health recommendations to not consume any alcohol during pregnancy. You go, girl boss. Have that second glass of wine. For those of you who don't know, if you were growing up in the 90s, when I was still a kid, we were still in the zone in which, like, the Surgeon General warning was like, maybe you shouldn't drink alcohol. Was it like, I can't remember, it was like separate by trimester, right? It was like, if you're in your 3rd trimester or like 1st trimester, you shouldn't have alcohol. Because they didn't want to just be straight up like, oh, you can't have alcohol altogether. It's like, we can't be that restrictive. Women should be allowed to have a few drinks just because they're pregnant. Eventually we realized that women should not be having any drinks at any point in pregnancy. In fact, nobody should be having any drinks at all at any time if we're going to be healthy. But in the 90s we were still like, the kid can fucking handle it. Shout out to all the wine moms. Shout out to all the kids with fetal alcohol syndrome. Luckily, my mother is super aware of those type of things, so she completely cut all alcohol and even like any kind of caffeine, even shit like chocolate and stuff, while I was in the womb, so I didn't end up more retarded than I actually am. I don't need any extra help from, you know, dangerous substances. I already have all the genetic problems that I need, so... When I saw JP energy drinks for the first time, I thought it looked like a glass bottle of alcohol. No, they're just normal energy drinks. They're just a shit ton of sugar and caffeine. Japan had energy drinks way before America did. Japan was on like the, we're just gonna give you a gigantic glass bottle that's just full of an insane amount of caffeine. They were doing that since like the 70s and stuff. My mom smoked crack like a retard. Remember in the 90s how they believed that the kids that... Was it the crack babies were going to become the super predators? I can't remember how it worked. The whole Bill Clinton thing that both the Democrats and Republicans were on, where they were saying, like, these kids are getting drugs in the womb, so they're going to become, like, powerful mutants. Super predator crack baby myth. They are predisposed to aggression. Babies born to mothers who use crack would become biologically damaged, irredeemable underclass characterized by severe cognitive and behavioral deficits. It's just like, we just need to give the kids crack while they're in the womb, and then we can just make them into, like, super mutants. Levovitan D, yeah, there's just like a shit ton of stuff. There's Levovitan D, Decavita C. I used to drink Decavita C as a kid all the time. Decavita C. Caffeine content. Suntory Decavita C contains 50 milligrams of caffeine per 500 milliliter bottle. This equates to about 10 milligrams of caffeine per 100 meters, which is a relatively mild amount compared to most traditional energy drinks or standard cups of coffee. It's pretty good. You can get these in pretty much most Suntory vending machines. But it has the standard energy drink shit of sugar, and it gives you a bunch of vitamins. Vitamin P, vitamin B12, and then some caffeine. That's not terrible. Actually, Japanese energy drinks have less caffeine than American energy drinks. Like, the Japanese Monster, I believe, has significantly less caffeine than American Monsters. Same thing for stuff like Red Bull and shit like that. So if you're used to the Japanese stuff and you immediately go to American Red Bulls or American Monsters, you can literally have a heart attack if you drink it at the same rate. Probably for the better, but how will I keep on gaming nonstop? Never drink that shit? I know. Instead, you should drink my sponsored Gamer Sups. Mix your own caffeine gamer drink. Gamer Sups content. Caffeine content. 0 milligrams and 169 milligrams of caffeine per serving. Premium energy cans, 1 12 fluence ounce. Pro tip for flavor drinkers by Reddit. If you love the taste of flavors like guacamole, Gamer Fart 9000, but want to drink it all day without getting the jitters, many community members half and half their mixes. You can buy 1 energy tub and 1 caffeine-free tub of the same flavor, mixing 1 energy scoop with 2 caffeine-free scoops in a large shaker to get full flavor with only 100 milligrams of caffeine. 100 milligrams of caffeine is like a cup of coffee, isn't it? This seems like we're in a fucking farcical dystopian parody of gamer culture where we're drinking shit like guacamole Gamer Fart and Reddit is giving you a pro tip for flavor drinkers. I just can't get enough of my guacamole Gamer Fart. I'll stick to my pour over coffee, thanks. Baby, you're behind the trends. You're supposed to be going to Starbucks and ordering your 7,000 calorie caramel macchiato vanilla swirled birthday cake explosion drink instead, and then also giving it to your kid. That's the real American way. Caffeine and coffee is for the weak. The true American just drinks pure sugar. I'll just fucking drink soda at that point, but your soda doesn't cost $12. And you don't need to tip the barista. You gotta support the American economy, dude. The service industry workers, how will they survive without your tips? Pepsi is okay, just average. I don't like how sweet Pepsi is. It also annoys me how Pepsi is like, oh, we did our 10 millionth blind test, and once again, everybody said when they had to choose between Coke and Pepsi, they liked Pepsi better. I'm like, fuck you, Pepsi. I'll decide what I want to drink. Stop trying to psyop me into thinking that I've been tricked by Coca-Cola marketing and I secretly want to drink Pepsi. Also, stop trying to tie yourself to the music industry. Pepsi has nothing to do with music. Why do you keep on trying to convince me that I should like, I don't know, Travis Scott, and therefore I should also like Pepsi or whatever? Shut the fuck up. I like Coke better than Pepsi, and more specifically, I like watered down Coke. I like taking the Coke and then like mixing it with water, so it's just like a faint flavor of Coke, like you're adding lemon to your water or something. That way I'm not ingesting any sugar, really. And I just get the faint flavor of Coke. Coke is better, I mean it's named Coke. Unfortunately, they have removed the cocaine from their secret recipe. Fucking bullshit, man. Everything, the shitification started early. I remember back in my day, son, we had real cocaine in our Coca-Cola. But the corporations, they took it away. They didn't want to give us the good shit. Unsweetened tea you can get in Japan is great, but they use that kind of green tea you can taste like rice starch in it. Are you talking about genmai-cha? There's a shit ton of different green teas. Some of them specifically have rice in it to add like a kind of robustness to its flavor, but you can also get plenty of green tea versions that don't have rice in it. Like many other things, we need to gatekeep tea harder so the Westerners don't drink as much of it. The weeaboos recently found out about matcha and shit, and it's actually hurting the matcha supplies. At least the highest quality ones. You can guess that for me as a gotcha if I grab one with or without rice. You could just like take a photo of the tea and then use your translator app on your phone or something, I guess. Or remember what characters mean genmai-cha. And just not select that. I've seen it and they use it in fucking lattes. I hate it. I love my high quality select blend matcha. It tastes delicious in my soy latte, so I can't fucking taste it. I don't like things that are bitter. That's disgusting, but I really, really like matcha. It's like, bitch! Matcha is supposed to be bitter. If you don't like bitter drinks, don't drink it in the first place. Leave the matcha for everybody else. Holy fuck. I'm sure that's like half of the California population, though, of course, so there's no point in reading about it. You can't live in California if you're going to get angry every time you see someone, you know, waste good matcha by putting it in their fucking soy latte. Ritualistic Premium Gold King brand matcha in my strawberry matcha latte with extra 4 pumps of vanilla. If we're being honest, though, it's probably not actually good matcha. They're just being told it's good matcha by whatever Western import company that's, you know, using it. So it's actually probably not wasting any good matcha. It's like all the stuff where they claim that you're getting Wagyu beef and it's just, you know, normal beef. Because you can call literally anything Wagyu beef. Also, Wagyu beef burgers is incredibly fucking stupid because the only point of Wagyu beef is that it gives you like this marbled fat profile. So as soon as you grind it up into a fucking burger, all it means is you just get a very oily burger. That's it. It's the same as any kind of ground chuck with a lot of fat in it. Wagyu, like lobsters, is there to trick women and nothing else. Do lobsters trick women? I feel like lobsters are there to trick men. Are women attracted to the surf and turf platter? I feel like that's more of a guy thing. Or do you mean like sexually? Because I wouldn't be surprised if you told me there was like some massive lobster porn industry that I don't know about. The romantasy lobster genre. It's definitely a guy thing. Guys love taking that big meaty crustacean and breaking it open with a hammer and eating the buttery flesh inside. Women aren't gonna find the fetishization of the lobster thing that appealing unless they're getting like lobster salad or something. They already wasted their entire paycheck on their premium matcha latte they drank this morning. That cost them $30, so... Show how generous and ambitious you are if you get the girl to restaurant with dress code. No, I can't believe my childhood friend is getting fucked by Chris from accounting. He took her to Red Lobster, and she's impressed by his order of extremely expensive crustacean seafood. That means she will have sex with him. Is that how this is supposed to work? Is Red Lobster good? What do you think? No. The answer is no, it's not good. Shockingly, I know. Who would have thought that Red Lobster would not be good, but it is not good. I've eaten at Red Lobster like twice in my life, I think. And in both cases, it was like because I was driving to college or some shit, and it was like the only place in town. Like, I had to stop halfway through in like the 15-hour drive, so we were stopping overnight or some shit like that. And we were like, okay, well, we're gonna eat dinner. Red Lobster is fine, whatever. Girls like sushi and boba, kappa. I mean, I don't even think you need the kappa. Isn't that like 100% true? Nowadays, everybody likes sushi and boba, but actually, I don't see any boba anymore in Japan. Boba had like a fucking huge time in Japan. I think around like 2022. I can't remember when it was. But like most trends in Japan, women are like all into something for like 8 months. And then once the trend is over, everyone's fucking done with it immediately and it's just completely gone. Girls are into poke now? I don't know. I was seeing poke pop up quite a bit before the current state, but also if you're in Japan, there's so many fucking raw fish opportunities that you really don't need any more raw fish themed shit. The Japanese instinct for literally everything is like, that's a delicious food after we put it on a fire, but can we eat it raw? Their other instinct is, that food is deadly, it's incredibly poisonous, but what if we cut off specific parts? Can we eat it now? Oh, no, Takeshi fucking died. Let's try cutting off a different part and now see if we can eat it. Oh, Hiroshi died. They do this for like 50 years until they figure out how to eat blowfish. Fucking psychos. Blowfish is the most famous one, but there's like a bunch of other poisonous shit they figured out how to eat. So, the thing I'm thinking about specifically is called konnyaku. It's this thing. It's like this weird gelatinous gray piece of nothing which has almost no flavor and almost no calories and has been a part of the Japanese diet for as long as I remember. But the original plant is this thing. It's if you just eat it raw, you die. The devil's yam. Hint, if anything looks like a gigantic fucking tentacle dildo and has the name devil in it, you shouldn't be trying to eat it. But Japan, it was like, but what if we did all of this stuff with this fucking thing and boiled it? Boiling it apparently is not enough. Oh. You can't eat it normally because it has poison. If you boil it, it still has poison. If you touch it with your bare hands, it's dangerous. So, you can't even fucking touch it. So what you have to do is you have to cut it thinly and then dry it and then change it into a powder. And then you put in something calcium. Calcium hydroxide, maybe? You take the potato, you cut it thin, I guess wearing gloves because you can't handle it with your bare hands. Then you dry these like thin pieces, then you crush it and turn it into a powder. Then you add water and mix it around and add calcium something into it. And then you can squeeze it out and make it into these other types of food. And the food that you get as a result has basically fucking 0 calories. It's 97% water. And in the remaining 3%, it has fucking vegetable fiber and calcium. It's basically fucking nothing. You're dealing with this poisonous substance and you're going through all these steps to get like 0 fucking calories, 0 fucking protein. It has calcium probably because they're putting all this, you know, calcium something into it to get the poison out. That's why it's great for dieting. You know what's also great for dieting? Not eating anything in the first place, which is basically what you're doing by eating konnyaku. Why even eat it? I mean, why eat the poisonous blowfish? That's just Japanese culture right there, boys. There's like a million other fucking fish in the ocean, but the Japanese are like, but what if we ate the poisonous one? It's well known that when you eat fugu that you cut out the ovaries and stuff, but the truly crazy part just starts there. There's locations in Japan where they've figured out not only how to like cut out the ovaries, but they figured out that you could eat the poisonous parts as well if you did like specific things to them. So there's like sugar pickled fugu ovaries and stuff in certain parts of Japan. And like you can still taste the fucking neurotoxin while you're eating it. So people eat this like these pickled ovaries of the fugu, the most poisonous part, and they'll be like, I can feel my tongue tingling from the neurotoxin. Delicious. It's like, you fucking psychos. Just average Japanese experience, that's the problem. But can you make this food more like slime in texture? Yes. Is it slimy enough? If they can't figure out how to make the poisonous fish slimy, they will like pickle it or do something else or mix it with natto or raw egg or some shit and try and make it slimy. People need hobbies, I guess. I don't know, man. The Japanese, man, they're just like... This is what happens when you live on an island and the only thing you have to spend your spare time is trying to figure out how to eat the poisonous blowfish. Would you rather eat British food? I heard that British food was good before the Industrial Revolution. and basically all of their food culture got fucked up because they allowed Industrial Revolution to just like, they're like, now you'll eat this horribly boiled turnip that has no flavor because you have to go back to the factory. We don't talk about the British here, though. It's too depressing. Who is the witch baddie besides the entirely unattractive knight? The witch baddie is the tentacle witch that has only appeared once in any of the previous comics. I needed her to explain how the sensory deprivation tentacle hole works, so I figured I'd get a specialist on tentacles to show up. She has giant fat tits. She is also the virgin. Not big enough? They're big enough. They're like the size of her face, slightly larger than the size of her face. They're basically the size of her head. Who even came up with the sensory deprivation hole? It was like one guy. I specifically remember... Well, actually I don't remember who the author was, but there was like one person who thought up the sensory deprivation hole, and the whole shit blew the fuck up. And that doujin sold a shit ton. I remember seeing it in the rankings on DL's site. And everyone was like, God damn, that was a great idea. And it just became a genre after that. Feels good, man. Japan, it's still a country where they're trying to invent new things. In this case, the new things are new ways to humiliate female hentai heroines. But yeah, they haven't given up. They keep on pushing technology forward. He tapped an untapped market. It's a combination of the stuck in the wall trope combined with the time stop trope. Because a huge part of it is that she doesn't know what's happening to her because she can't see. But in the stuck in the wall, you can feel what's going on. But in the sensory deprivation hole, you can't feel what's going on. And then, like, at some point, her magic runs out. And then she suddenly, like, has 10,000 orgasms in, like, 1 second. So that's where the time stop part comes in. Because, like, time stop would be no fun if you just fucked her and then, like, everything happened because while time was being stopped and she never noticed. Like, think how underwhelming time stop would be as a genre if you're like, oh, get pregnant, fuck, let's go, ah! And, like, you come inside and then she just keeps on walking because everything you did was in the time stop version. And she's like, something feels slightly weird. Whatever. And your semen drips out a little. And she just, like, thinks that, you know, it's one of her female discharges instead of you coming inside her and there's no humiliation. Time stop would be much less of a popular genre. Do you like when hentai chick crap out soul into her personality doll jelly? Not really, no. See, I'm a traditionalist conservative man, so I just honor the more basic vanilla things, such as ugly fat bastard who owns the apartment, tells the 30-year-old MILF widow lady that she's late on rent, and the only way for him to forgive her paying her $200 rent is if she allows him to come inside her, and she's like, oh no, seems like the only option I have is to get fucked by this ugly bastard. Don't worry, she says to her 16-year-old daughter, who will definitely not get fucked by the ugly bastard at some point. I'll protect you. And then 3 pages in, she has become into a sex freak. You know, the standard storylines that our civilization has been based on. Also, punching her in the gut, right? Punching her in the gut is a different fetish. It usually doesn't apply to MILF, widow, that archetype. I think you can generally categorize your hentai females on a sliding scale of how sexually depraved they are. Just go like this. All of them are somewhat horny, of course. Widows. Housewives. Bookish girls. Ants. I mean, I guess ants are up there. So basically, if you've had sex in the past, you know the pleasure of the cock, so you're fully within this horny category. In the middle, we have... Well, what would be the peak not as horny? Robos. She's doing it just because... The peak not horny is where the male character or the male reader enjoys the experience of the no facial expression, not interested in the sex, no interest Gyaru. The Gyaru who is checking her phone while you're fucking her. OL can be anywhere in between, honestly. Because there's housewife OL, etc. I guess it's not, you're not a housewife if you're an OL. In the center, we can just put in the JK. Just JK as a whole. The JK is the standard default for everything. That can go either way from here. I'm thinking about where I should put the Mesugaki. Mesugaki probably isn't as horny as the housewife, right? Mesugaki correction rating. Tsundere in the middle. Yeah, I guess Tsundere is right in the middle. The Mesugaki can withhold their sexual desires a little bit because they're waiting for the dick correction, whereas the widows and housewives, they don't have time. They're just gonna attack the Shota immediately. Mesugaki is just teasing the ugly bastard. Maids tend to trend not horny. You have the Muhyojo, the no expression maid. These ones. The thing is, the maid can be not horny because then you can be like, I know you're not horny, but you still have to suck my dick, and they're like, okay, fine. Obochama, I guess I will have to suck your cock. And that is more attractive than, say, the horny maid. You don't actually want a horny maid, an aggressively horny maid. That would actually be really, really unfun. You wake up in the morning, and instead of like properly cleaning your room, your maid is just like balls deep on your dick, and you're like, ah, god damn it, get off of me. Right? It wouldn't be much fun. The whole point of the maid is that she's properly like dressed up and she's professional and stuff. If she's horny, it kind of ruins the joy of having a maid in the first place. Also, if she's horny, then you can't really order her to suck your dick. That's another part of the appeal of maids, is that you get to order them to do things, and they'll be like, okay, fine. She is supposed to bring you breakfast and then suck you off while you have your coffee and read the paper. I feel that's more like the father's maid. The classic scenario is like, the kid is like super horny, and he's like, Daddy told me that I'm allowed to have my own maid going forward, and I chose you. That means you have to do what I say. Daddy said that you have to do it. And she's like, okay, fine, god damn it. I'm getting paid so much, I guess I have to do this. And the dad will be like, ha ha ha, good job, my son. I'm so proud of you. You're learning the way of domesticating women. Ha ha ha. There is some types of the hentai archetypes that are like also notorious virgins. Some of the notorious virgins are non-horny notorious virgins, in which case it's sort of baked in that somebody is gonna fuck them. Such as like princesses or knights and stuff like that. They're constantly losing to orcs. So, the big dick individual will show up and deal with them on their own. So they don't have to be, like, horny. But the ones that are, they have to be horny, that are 100% are horny, are the bookish girls. Because the appeal of the bookish girl is that she looks like she's a serious human individual, but in reality she's spending all of her time masturbating in the library. Imagine if you had a bookish girl who is not horny and everything she read was, I don't know, non-perverted content. It would be like, why are you even here? if she was actually studying instead of reading like illicit lewd books. That would be so disappointing. Nuns, on the other hand, see, nuns can be like super horny as well. And they can be like corrupted by a variety of things like demons and stuff like that. Or they can just be like non-horny. Yeah, nuns are kind of similar. Yeah, nuns can, there can be a wide variety of nun situations. Because there's all these situations in which there's outside forces that are going to attack them. So they can be non-horny nuns. But there can also be horny nuns. Because, like, they're often running orphanages and stuff. In which case the nun is horny. And Shota corruption is just around the corner. Oh no, Shota-kun, get out of there! Sister Amelia. I saw a post recently saying that Book Talk Woman skipped everything but dialogue. I'm assuming they don't skip all the descriptions about how hard his cock is and stuff like that. I'm assuming they just mean they skip all, like, the story, the part in which they explain the vibrant fantasy world and all the mechanics of how the Court of Fairies and stuff works. They skip everything but the sex scenes, so 70% of the book itself. I think the trick there is just increase the percentage of sex scenes in your romantasy novel, then they won't skip as much. Just have, like, one sex scene per chapter. Maybe that's already the way it is. Make it into 2 sex scenes per chapter. Mr. Skin for Books. I was going to say men skip a lot of their porn videos and use the bar at the bottom to jump to the specific scene they want to see as well. But I feel like people in this chat would be like, no, when I watch my porn, I make sure I watch the entire casting couch interview. I need to know more about the female before I jack off. I need to have a personal connection between my porn star. Who is this man? Why has he delivered this pizza or shown up as a plumber? Why is the housewife so horny? How did she get stuck in the washing machine? And who can save her? Depends on if I want to laugh or not. It depends how good the acting is and how funny it is. Why does the lemon stealing whore steal the lemons? I will say that the plot that I will never skip is The Kino of the time stop. None of them can move. Except the dog. I like how they have just a fucking close-up of the dog. It's supposed to be a zoom in on the kid, but once you keep on watching it, it seems like it's zooming in on the dog. Like, what does the dog feel when he's checking out this scenario? The dog is clearly going for the cameraman right now, being to see if like he can get pats or treats or something. Why is dog even there? I truly wonder what they were thinking when they put the dog in the time stop porn. Were they like, no, it'll make the story even more Kino if we have the dog in there? Or do they actually like not consider that the dog wouldn't move, whether the dog would move or not? Both is equally funny if they're like, actually we need a dog, or if they're like, once they started filming, they were like, wait, we haven't thought this through. The dog isn't cooperating. I don't think they thought it through. I was reading a New York Times article about there was a Broadway production that they were trying to do of Breakfast at Tiffany's, and they decided that they were going to get a live cat. And they were like, we need a fucking live cat for this stage show that's going to cooperate with us. And apparently the cat cooperated maybe like 30% of the time, which is like really high for cats, obviously. Most cats would not cooperate at all. But it's still like the remaining 70% of the time the cat would be going wherever the fuck it wanted, so... I don't think they were really thinking through, but they were probably like too deep in the whole production to be like, no, we're giving up on the cat. They're like, no, we can do this. I wonder if there's video footage of it. It feels like something that if I look on YouTube, there might be footage of it. Hold on. This is actually getting me, interested. Breakfast at Tiffany's live performance cat. Oh, there is some footage, it seems. Let's see if the cat is moving or not. I think she has to hold it the entire time.
You, Roger?
No, it's me, Paul. Paul or Jack. I'm sorry to bother you, ma'am. You see, I used to live in this apartment before you took it, and I've heard you've done such wonderful things with it that I...
You're very kind, sir, but I'm really just getting started. I mean, I haven't even hung up the drink. Get that airplane ticket I was talking about?
Yeah, it's right here. I'm sure we can cash it in.
What time is it?
The cat's like, fuck this.
Little after
Oh,
10.
no, actually the cat's...
I'm not
It's being relatively immobile, but she can't put
You
it
don't
down.
seem to understand. You're under indictment. They catch you jumping bail, they lock you up and throw away the keys.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, darling. By the day after tomorrow, I will be married to the future president of Brazil. Well, that would give me some diplomatic immunity or something.
I guess their strategy is they're just going to find like a super docile cat and then just not let it go. The moment you let it go, then it's just going to go and fuck off, so...
Yes, I see. Did he bring it in person or was it just there, shoved under the door?
The mailman
It's moved about half a step.
to make his wife. I grieve for the disgrace of your circumstances, and I do not find it in my heart to add my condemn to the condemn that...
The problem with having a cat in any scene is it doesn't matter how good your acting is. People are just going to look at the cat.
I have my family to protect and my name.
It's like a microcosm of the internet as a whole. Like, it doesn't matter how good the content you produce is. People care more about the silly cat video instead.
Honest, touching even.
Touching? That square-ball jazz?
If you pet the bastard, you wouldn't have to hold him hostage that much. No, that's not how they work.
Super rat.
Even if you pet cats, when they want to go someplace, they're just going to go someplace. It doesn't matter how nice you are to them.
Well, so much about South America, huh?
No. The plane leaves at 12 and on it I plan.
Is you going to put it down?
You can't.
See, I'm super interested in this whole thing.
That's what you think. Now, as far as I'm concerned, he's the future president of no.
It's basically impossible to get a cat to do anything in terms of, like, Hollywood productions and shit like that. Especially, like, a live production. The Hollywood movies only have... They can only get it done because they have, like, 10,000 cats that look the same, and then they get them to do, like... You just keep on filming them until one of them does the thing you want it to do. Oh, it's looking directly at the camera now.
OJ's hot. Anyway, once on the coast, I helped him win more than $10,000 in one poker.
I want to see if she ever puts it down. No, she doesn't.
You can be free and wild, cat. Free and wild, just like we like it.
Holly.
The cat is not free and wild. You haven't let it move.
We don't belong to each other. I thought we just met by the river one day. Thought we were both in.
Well, okay, so what we've learned is that all they could manage is to have just the cat in her arms the entire fucking scene.
He is mine.
Is what we've learned. And if she puts the cat down, it's completely impossible for her to corral it. So there's no way you can be like, cat, you have to do stage left now. Even if you have someone on the other side of the curtain, like giving the cat a treat or something, they're not gonna go. So I like those types of cats she's holding. I like male cats and large gray cats. So cats like that I enjoy. I also like tiger cats. Generally, I don't like small animals. It makes me feel uneasy because I'm worried I'm going to step on the chihuahua. If the opportunity came, which animation studio would you like to animate your gag stories? T-Rex Studios? I want Sunrise, and I want them to put in a bunch of mecha into the story. I hope it has a $10 trillion budget. And then halfway through the production, Tomino will say that he's taken over, and then like all of the characters will die, and all the fans will be extremely angry. Trigger should animate Ball's work. Did Trigger animate the Wuthering Waves preview of Becky? What's her name? I'm fucking blanking here. It's not Becky. God damn it. My brain isn't working right now. The word Wuthering annoys me. It's a poorly translated title. No, not Baki. They got the cyberpunk loli in there. I can't believe I fucking... Oh, it is Becky. Rebecca. We just don't call her Becky. Becca. The cyber loli. I couldn't tell if the commercial that got filled, which had anime, was a Trigger animation or if it was like in-house Chinese animation, because it was pretty fucking smoother. It was pretty smooth. That being said, I will not play Gacha no matter which characters are in it. Also, all the people on Twitter who are complaining about the latest Stellar Blade content and saying the character is underage and that it has a child's ass have no idea what they're talking about. I've never seen more Western cope. It's a very generous ass for Asians. They want you to give a fuck about Stellar Blade so badly. Hey, if you give me gigantic cyberpunk landscapes, I'll care about anything. I just really like cyberpunk. She has neotenic face. She just has standard Korean surgery face. Let me see the ass right now.
I'm listening.
That's a child, chat. Shame on you. Shame on you right now. No, I can't see the butt. Why are you wearing a cloak? It's actually see-through.
Can't stand crowds. It'd be better for both of us if we got out of here quickly.
In the movies, this is always where things go wrong.
Hey,
American adult woman cannot imagine not being obese. American adult woman has no idea how flat the asses are in Japan. It's kind of tragic. Looks less jank than the prequel. I hope it's not too parry oriented. I'm not a huge parry fan. She also has a pretty deep masculine voice. Honestly, I don't really care about the ass. I only care about Cyberpunk Cityscape. My fifth element. Show the ass! Let's go! Twitter was like, no! Do not come! Do not come! Look at that ass! That's an ass of a child, chat! I hope it's not too combo heavy. That's another thing. I'm not a huge fan of doing like super long combo strings. Imagine if this fucking lowly and her fat ass came flying down from 30 stories up and crushed your taxi. If her ass was any bigger, it would look hideous with those proportions. Yes. The Asian frame cannot handle a large ass. It has to have small, flat asses because the rest of the body is flat. Honestly, I don't get any kind of pleasure out of doing combo strings now that I think about it. It's just like an extra thing that I have to remember. Also, it kind of takes me out when you have to think in terms of like this. If I'm doing a combo string, at any point, like the enemy can do some kind of way to break out of it. That sort of takes me out of the whole situation. Give me Stellar Blade with God Hand mechanics. I know they won't because they are cowards. God Hand got a 7 out of 10 by IGN. Nobody is ever going to make another God Hand. 7 out of 10 means it's a bad game, don't you know? That's why Mix of Tape has got Game of the Year. It would be pretty funny if it actually got Game of the Year. I feel like if Larry Ellison gave enough money to Game Awards, it would get Game of the Year. I think it's really that simple. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. That's how Expedition 33 got stoked for 2 hours straight last year. Because half of chat keeps on recommending that I play Expedition 33, and the other half is like, no, you're 100% right. It is mediocre. I actually watched some gameplay of Expedition 33 the other day for about like 5 minutes, and I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely never playing this game. This shit is mid as fuck. I am not withdrawing my criticism that it looks like all the environments were made with AI and there's just vaguely defined floating objects and shit. We ain't doing that, bro. There needs to be specificity for me to go on my RPG journey. What the hell, BB? I love Expedition 33. I have yet to see a single screenshot or a single video footage of Expedition 33 that makes me want to play it. Zero. The character models are a little wonky, and even more than that, the environments just look like they were just shit out of a slot machine. The proportions of the characters look a little weird as well. The story and game mechanics are where it's strongest. Oh, tell me about those game mechanics. Are you saying that it's a turn-based RPG in which I get to press the parry button? Holy fuck. I sure love parrying shit. Oh, man. Let's fucking go! That's not a plus to me, that's a fucking minus. Don't care. No one, literally no one will ever convince me that I should play Expedition 33. I'm not going to argue whether something is good or bad, but I can argue whether I know I will enjoy something or not, and I can say with a lot of confidence that I won't enjoy Expedition 33, and that's really all there is to it. I know what I want to play and what I don't want to play. And I'm very rarely wrong about that. The VFX in the game are very cool. You mean there's particle effects? Wow. Oh man, if only there were more games with particle effects. Holy shit. Have you been asked to draw more Limbus Company? I think there's like 2 or 3 guys who want Limbus Company content. Fair, but I'm just saying it really did have quality and it was tight. I'm gonna be like, I'm forgetting his name. Oh, Spike Lee. I'm forgetting fucking Spike Lee's name. I really can't do 2 things at the same time. I remember when Tarantino came out with Django Unchained, and Spike Lee was like, I just like that movie because Tarantino is making statements about black people. I haven't seen the movie, by the way. And at the time I was like, fucking Spike Lee, he can't even like see the fucking movie before he criticizes it. But you know what? He's right. He knows what he doesn't like, and he doesn't like Tarantino giving himself the N-word pass and making blaxploitation movies. And you know what I don't like? I don't like fucking Perry Slop RPGs pretending to be JRPGs made by a bunch of French people. I don't care if everybody else say it's fucking good. By the way, I have seen 0 Spike Lee movies. I started watching Do the Right Thing, but then I wasn't in the mood for it, and exited Amazon Prime before I could go back to it. There is no way for me to play Expedition 33 for free right now. Besides going out of my way to pirate it, I guess, which I'm not going to do. No need to grandstand about it because it's Tarantino, he makes slop and has admitted it. I don't necessarily have any problem with the opinion that Django isn't good. I just think that it's, if you're a professional movie director, that you should be required to actually watch the movie you want to criticize of your peers before you criticize it, which Spike Lee apparently was not doing. However, I am not a professional video game reviewer, so I'm going to criticize the fuck out of Expedition 33 without playing a single minute of it. I don't give a fuck. We need a 6-hour Final Fantasy 13 stream for you. I have played Final Fantasy 13, by the way. It fucking sucks. Final Fantasy 13 is legitimately bad. That is a thing that you really do not need to play the game to know. Also, it was very cheap to play because when I bought it in Japan, it was going for like 1,000 yen in all the bargain bins at Book Off. And this was like 3 months after it went on sale. Everybody fucking dumped that shit as soon as possible. Book Off was like, would you like a bargain Final Fantasy 13 copy? Anybody? What was Final Fantasy 13 about? Mumbling keywords. Here, we can ask AI. This is what AI is good for. AI mode. Explain the story of Final Fantasy 13 using the in-game terminology. The geopolitical backdrop. Cocoon, a utopian floating artificial planetoid powered and manipulated by the Cocoon fallacy. Its human population is coddled, pampered, and completely dependent on them. Grand Pulse, the vast, untamed wild surface below Cocoon, ruled by Pulse fallacy. Cocoon citizens are deeply conditioned to fear Grand Pulse as a savage hellscape. The Sanctum, the totalitarian human government of Cocoon, which answers directly to the fallacy. Its elite military arms, PSICOM, and the Guardian Corps maintain order. The conflict ignites when a dominant pulse fallacy named Anima is discovered hidden near the Cocoon town of Bodham. The Sanctum ordains the Purge, the immediate mass deportation and the quiet genocide of any Cocoon citizen suspected of being near the Pulse entity. Lightning accompanied by a civilian pilot named Saz, a resistant fighter named Snow, and 2 displaced youths, Hope and Vanille, infiltrate Anima's chamber. Before they can save Sarah, she completes her designated task, her focus, and turns into a crystal. The crystal status is a Lassie's reward. They must decipher their focus. This is even dumber if you read it in Japanese, because it's all katakana. They must transform into Ragnarok. Cocoon fallacy Barthandilis. The ultimate Cocoon fallacy orphan who powers Cocoon's core. And it goes on and on and on. Can you explain it in English? Imagine how the Japanese players felt about this shit when they had to read like 10,000 words in fucking katakana. We had 10 years of just this bullshit? Yeah, this is the beginning. We get 2 more games after this. Or is it 3? I can't even remember. There's an infamous Japanese copy pasta where she's just saying like, farushi no rushi ga paji sarete, and so on and so on. Every other word is just like this made-up katakana word that means nothing to the Japanese players. It's absolutely fucking obscene. Who the fuck allows these people to write this shit? A very incompetent company, that's who. Hence why Square Enix hasn't produced a good video game in many, many years. Video game writing is so fucking abysmal that if you can write even like a B-tier Hollywood plot with an actual like normal 3-act structure, people will be like, holy shit, it's the fucking, what a fucking masterpiece. How did he do it? If it's not like incoherent gibberish, people are like, Kojima has done it again. Kojima is like, I'm gonna explain literally everything that's happening on screen in 30-minute codec calls. And even that is like so much better than 99% of video game writing that you're like, holy shit, Kojima. I bow, Kojima-san. Literally explaining to me how this ties into the Cold War. Such brilliance. Video game plot have kind of invaded anime and manga, degrading the plot of another medium. I mean, considering half of the animes are isekai slop, I don't think we can blame video games for anything. If anything, anime plot, because they keep on using isekai novels, is like the most simple, incredibly brain-dead shit on the opposite spectrum. Literally the same plot as every other isekai novel. Oh my god. I can't believe that this thing happened, but actually I'm the strongest. And now all the girls like me? How can this possibly be? I'm just a normal guy doing my normal things. Did I fucking save the world again? Holy shit. Haha, I wasn't really trying though. No need to thank me, milady. You'll just have to marry me and suck my cock instead. Because I'm so gracious. Almost every goddamn isekai you wake up in a JRPG. Sometimes. Sometimes that's the better version. It can be worse than that. See, the thing is that early on, the people who were writing their isekai, they were people who liked JRPGs, who were thinking in terms of like, hey, what if the JRPG systems applied to you, but they didn't apply to everyone else, and then you could like beat everyone up because you could level up and all that stuff. What if you were playing a game that was rigged from the start in your favor? That would be cool. But the people that came after the first generation of isekai writers are people who were reading isekai novels but haven't actually played the source material that the isekai tropes were based on in the first place. So that's when it gets really ugly. People who are like, oh, I'm in a video game, blah, 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 but they haven't actually played any of those video games, so they don't actually know any of the content which they're parodying. That's when it gets really fucking awful. And man, there's a lot of that shit. Pretty much every isekai version where it's like, I am actually one of the mid-tier bad guys in this video game. But I'm actually super strong, but because this character, he never actually tries hard, that's why he loses, but I'm gonna try hard, so now I'm the strongest character in the game. Anybody who writes that shit has never played a video game. None of those people have ever played video games. I've also seen a lot of shit where they're like, oh, I'm a character inside an otome game, and there are like 0 tropes about actual otome games, and you're like, you've never played a single fucking otome game. And that's more of a more recent development. By recent, I mean the last like 7 years or so. Everybody who was writing these isekai shit in the initial wave actually had played the source material. But I'd say like only 1 in 10 people who is currently writing isekai has actually played a video game. Shangri-La Frontier is, of course, someone who has played the game. Earlier stages right there. Terrible are the isekai harem light novels by Western writers. So that's like... See, this is the problem, right? Let's actually fucking illustrate this shit. Here we have the extremely concentrated source, which is basically fucking Tolkien, right? Tolkien, Beowulf, Arthurian legend, etc. The deep, deep, concentrated shit that isn't actually fun as entertainment because it takes itself too seriously. And then you get this sort of second layer, which is just parodies of that shit, which is like the first wave, not parodies, but inspired. This is like, we're going to stick in Japan, right? So D&D, first and second edition, wizardry, Call of Cthulhu. How the fuck you spell Cthulhu? Dragon Quest 1. RuneScape. Final Fantasy 11. Everything from MMORPGs to classic TRPGs. We can include stuff like Lodos, because that's also Dragon Quest 1. All the original shit, right? And we can also put in, like, classic eroge. Eroge, otomege, etc. Where people who played this, they all experienced this shit, right? They're referencing it. They know about it. They like it. Next, you have... This is where you enter the Naro first wave of isekai. Isekai. This is where it starts. So this is stuff like... This is like Mushoku Tensei, Overlord, Sword Art Online, although I don't like Sword Art Online, Dot Hack. Dot Hack might even be up here, but you know what I mean. Konosuba is early, etc. And now I'm not even going to start naming actual titles because most of them you won't know. The worst ones you don't fucking know. But now we get second wave, which is like The second wave of isekai are the authors who are reading this stuff, but they haven't experienced this or this. Every time you jump a level, the chances of the level below people experiencing the ones in the upper sources gets lower and lower and gets darker and darker. Shield Hero is a good example, I would say, yes. But this is what's the English term that we use where the main character, I'm just gonna say templates, template-based writing, i.e. main character gets expelled by party. What's the English word that we use for this? In Japanese, it's called tsuiho. Yeah, I guess the English word for template is trope, but in Japanese they call it tempureto, literally template, as in you have... It's not... I feel like trope is being too generous. Template is actually a good word, because you're just putting it in the fucking metal thing and then you just bake it out the same size. And then the third wave is where it starts to get really ugly, because it's people who haven't even thought of this. This is like thought of by the author. The third wave are people reading this, and then they're going to do the exact same thing without even understanding why. And then now, we're currently here. We're here now by fourth wave right now. We are here now in fourth. So anybody who's writing shit right now, they haven't read this, they've read this, but they haven't read this, and they haven't read this, and they haven't read this, and they haven't read this. It's so fucking bad. Maybe this is a good, like, iceberg, honestly, instead of this. It's like, we got fucking Tolkien at the top. But unfortunately, we're down here, and we don't even know how deep the fucking iceberg goes. Oh, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad. I have to go take a piss. Be right back. So, Habsburg Isekai inbred shit. That's just Mushoku Tensei. I give the Mushoku Tensei author a lot of credit for not having the main character fuck his literal sister. He showed a lot of restraint there. The main character might be sexually attracted to his sisters, but he never actually sticks his cock in them. He really went out of his way to do that, though. Truly a will of iron, a will of steel to not fuck the sisters or his mother. Actually, more needs to be elaborated here. Women... Lots of women. Women and Koreans. And at the below that, you get women, Koreans, weebs. Now we even got the fucking Americans. You think I'm joking, but it's actually like really, really bad. I'm not talking about just like women in general. So if you go to the Naro website, this won't actually work because you won't actually be able to see. But this is the website from which all the isekai has spawned. This is ground zero right here. So if you go to ranking right now, it's actually super easy to understand. Let's go to the monthly ranking. Dun 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 dun. Here's a specific word that I want you to see. It's this one. Ren I. Right here. Ren I. What Ren I means, it means romance, okay? But of course, romance, what romance, like romantasy, means is that what it actually means isn't that there's romance. It means that it's written by a woman for women, okay? So if you go from the top, number 1, romance. This actually doesn't have romance. Oh yeah, this is one where it is actually a male. Number 2 is actually man. So the very few remaining men are actually reading this one. Actually, they don't have romance on all of it. I'm just gonna say, okay, this is female author. 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 And this is like the monthly ranking. So if you'll notice, it says Tampen, which means a short story, instead of saying like 235 episodes. So all of these in the top 10 for the monthly rankings are short stories written by females. And then the title is, they're all like, I am a, you know, I don't know what the translation would be, Ojo-sama. It's like every single one is the villainous Ojo-sama. I have stopped being the girlfriend of the prince, and instead I am gonna go and do what I want to do, but the prince still loves me. Literally every single one. There is no version of these female stories in which the female, for example, is, I don't know, an ugly motherfucking farmer and her entire job is making potatoes. There are some, like, men's stories that are about that, you know? Some of the male isekai, you know, they've tried every variation, like, you know, I was reborn as a slave, I was reborn as a farmer, I was reborn as a refrigerator, I was reborn as a goblin, etc., etc., etc. But for some reason, the females have even less creativity than the male writers, and the bar is extremely low, and yet they somehow keep on pulling it lower. For men, it was I was expelled. For women, it's villainous. Yeah, but there's other patterns besides the I was expelled. Besides the expelled, there's like the entire class gets transferred, and of course the main character is always the kid who is in the second to the last row looking outside the window because he's too cool, and he gets kicked out of the class. He's never the popular kid, that's for sure. If you made the main character a popular kid in the class, nobody could self-insert as him because no popular kid fucking reads isekai, that's for sure. I was born as a refrigerator would go hard. I mean, we have vending machine. For those of you who don't know, there is a literal isekai vending machine. Unfortunately, the vending machine is one of the better ones of this like second wave of shit because the author actually knows a bunch about vending machines. So the vending machine main character uses his vending machine powers, and you can transform into different types of vending machines. The class one usually has the weakest guy being the MC. So the problem with this shit is that they always follow the same pattern because they can't think of a different story. So that not only do they have the same setup, after they put in the same setup, they don't go in any way different once you get into these layers. None of these people can think of like a different pattern of what else might happen. So if you're the main character in this entire class setup, it's always like the main character, he's not ugly, but he's not always like, he's not the one who's getting completely bullied, but then he always gets the shit superpower, and then all the other people in his class get powers that on hand seem like they're better, but it actually turns out after they kick the MC out of the class and he's forced to go on his own, his power is actually secretly the most powerful. Wow, have you seen that before? Of course you've seen it before, because it's literally the plot of every single one of the same pattern, so... The key to these stories is the feed on a sense of alienation or otherness the reader probably experiences in real life. The key to this story is that the authors can't think of anything new or even slightly interesting, so they literally write the same story as the person that came before them. The chosen hero trains the isekai hero? See, that's where you're wrong. We're currently in third wave, and there's just a lot of, like... In fact, it's the isekai hero trains hero female, and now she can call you sensei. Now that you can be like, the only reason that I have been successful as the hero is because you trained me, sensei. Let me suck your dick and become your wife. There's a shit ton of those. Everyone wants to do that one story, but in their own way. See, that's where you're wrong. McMuffin Man, I know you haven't read as much isekai as everyone else has, because you're completely wrong. That one story, but in their own way, oh god, I wish that was the case. Because they're not doing it in their own way at all. They are not doing it in their own way. If they were doing it in their own way, I would not be complaining. There are no original characters, there are no original experiences. They have nothing new at all. It's really, really dire. Even like the slightest bit, the tiniest smidgen of originality is hard to find. Plagiarism, manga-esque. I have literally read in maybe like the second wave or so, at a very early stage when Mushoku Tensei was still at the top of the rankings of the Nado website, I have read a isekai that literally had not only the same plot of Mushoku Tensei, as in like some unemployed hikikomori Nito goes to isekai, but had the exact same characters. Like, all the girls were exactly the same. There was the one half-elf, the one, like, lowly sorcerer teacher, the abusive, swordswoman. They were exactly the same. And this was while Mushoku Tensei was the most popular, the highest rated story at the top of the website, and before we had AI. So this is a person who this wasn't even like, I'm gonna like dump it into AI and have it shit out something better. This was someone who painstakingly wrote the exact same story as the most popular story on the website they were posting as, and thought this was fine. And, a lot of people weren't even noticing it. It was so painful. I was like, holy fuck, I can't believe this. See, the isekai genre is one of the rare cases in which, because AI just like averages shit out, it actually improves the quality of writing. It also improves the quality of the story often. Like, you guys have no idea how deep and dark the fucking rabbit hole is. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like, these people, it's not even like people like writing what they want to write and they don't know what to write. These are people who are writing because they want to be popular and they want to like get an anime made out of their shit, and they literally just plagiarize. Pre-AI plagiarization is so much more higher level than like post-AI plagiarization, because you actually had to put some work into your fucking stealing. It's pretty fucking dark, bro. The thing is that there's still a lot of good isekai. It just has gotten much more rare. Another part of this problem is that because of Western anime or Western streaming services like Netflix and shit, we're gonna delete this. We don't need to have this on the screen at this point. Because of Western streaming services like Netflix and shit, there's an endless need for more content, and isekai is actually perfect shit to feed into the content farm because it's excellent second screen content. You definitely do not need to keep your face on the screen, especially if you're watching the dub version, pukes. So Netflix is paying good money for all these anime companies to shit out more isekai, which means there's like even like new anime studios being open so they can produce more meaningless isekai shit. Which means even if you produce something that's truly shitty, there's a high chance that if you're lucky, some anime company will pick that shit up and produce some awful fucking anime. It's really painful. Are you listening to the Chrono Trigger soundtrack? Or do you have a specific playlist you listen to when you draw? I usually listen to AI Slop when I'm drawing, because it has, like, the least amount of interference. Or I listen to, like, spoken word podcasts. I think this is Chrono Cross, but it might have Chrono Trigger tracks in it. We're about to get a crap ton of shitty cookie cutter anime. I mean, we're already in it, but yeah. I don't check anime, so I'm safe. Thank God. The reason why I even care about this shit is because Isekai in its initial stage was actually very good. I read Mushoku Tensei within like 5 days, even though it's like the equivalent of 15 bucks. I read it until like my eyes started to hurt, and the writing of the author was good enough that it inspired me to like take one more chance to go back to Japan and actually try and be a respectable human and find a wife and live my life like a good human being. Of course, I did none of that, but it made me feel like I should for a solid day. Because that's the message of Mushoku Tensei is like, don't be a pathetic hikikomori. Go out and live your life and fuck a bunch of women and have a bunch of kids. I, of course, did not do that. But I was like, I should do that. I shouldn't give up. When I read it, I think it was 2014, so... If it was 2014, I would have been, like, what? That's 12 years ago? So 28? I guess it wasn't too late. If I had actually gone and tried to get a wife when I was 28, I guess it would have been possible. However, I would have been extremely unhappy, so it's good that I did not get affected by my isekai slop and went and made some regrettable decisions. If you regret having kids, you can't really unhave kids, usually. I guess you can send them off to, like, the military or some shit so they could get out of your life, but... The message of Mushoku Tensei is even literal pedo uncles can get second chances. Yes. If you get your second chance, you'll be reborn in a fantasy world in which your pedophilia is completely legal because there will be a sexy legal loli that loves you as your teacher, and you can impregnate her delicious lowly body and no one will get angry at you. Yasunori Mitsuda music deserves better discussions. Chrono Cross sucks, though. I actually tried to play Chrono Cross when I was in my peak I love JRPG mode, and I still wasn't able to finish it, so... It just feels disjointed in its settings and characters and stuff. Marry your lowly elf childhood friend, and then your classmate, and finally your Ojo-sama cousin. See, the good thing about Mushoku Tensei, though, is that, like, if you just describe it, it sounds just like standard harem anime. But then, for example, when you try and marry your Ojo-sama cousin, it turns out she's basically like a bestial, violent female, and not in the violent, like, I don't care about you, baka, slaps you lightly, but beats you until, like, your teeth break kind of violent. And then, like, you think that she's gonna be dick corrected by kidnappers, but she's never corrected, and she remains violent for the rest of her life until she dies. In fact, she makes the violence a core part of her personality. This is what I mean when I say I wish authors actually were trying to write their own version of that story, because 99% of the time they are not writing their own version of that story at all. Most of the people who pick up a pen or the keyboard on that website couldn't write an original story if their entire life depended on it. Mushoku Tensei actually has a well thought out world with a lot of interesting concepts in it. It actually has one of the best villains of all time, I would say, out of any stories. I don't know what the English translation is, but the God of Humans is one of the best ideas for... It's also an idea that only works really well in the literary format. It doesn't work as well in anime and shit. I'm not saying Eris is the evil villain. In fact, she's extremely cute. She is so kawaii. Of all time, definitely smoking cock right now. I'm assuming you haven't actually read Mushoku Tensei, so I don't really understand why I would even have to try and discuss it with you. People who have read it know what I'm talking about. She's cute until she's not. She has big titties. I will forgive her. As a female, you're probably less prone to forgiving girls with big titties as the ugly Oji-san main character is. That's classic women are tougher on other women energy. Men are like, yes, she has broken my teeth, but look how big her boobs are. Anyways, I'm not even going to spoil it. Although it might have already been spoiled. But second half of Mushoku Tensei is excellent. I mean, the first half is excellent as well, but the primary villain plays an excellent long game. Honestly, the truth about stories is that you don't really need to have a good story. What you need to have is good characters. And the question is, how do you create good characters? And it's usually, you have to be observant of real people in real life to be able to create characters that seem like they're alive and they're independent and stuff. If you have good characters and you just let the good characters behave and speak out of their own mind, instead of using them like dolls in which they just do whatever the author wants them to do, then no matter what your plot is, people will probably enjoy it. Just having characters move around and talk on their own, that enough is like more than enough for a plot. Do you observe people real life? I do. I don't necessarily understand them though, but I try and observe them quite a lot. Just as part of a survival strategy. Because I have no empathy because of my fucking Aspergerism. I need to try and think about human beings analytically and understand them on like a, I don't know, a mathematical level, even though I fucking suck at math, to protect myself. So I think I am a pretty good understanding of character, or at least I try to. I don't know if I actually am. The last time you gave character advice, you said to make them contradict themselves like a ninja who wants to be the center of attention? Yes. That's for the main character. The supporting characters don't need to contradict themselves. Only the main character needs to have some sort of large conflict. Please take me to where you observe the inspiration for your elves. That's easy. It's just hentai. That's just me doing the opposite of current existing tropes. Have you guys been reading Shonen Jump Plus? I know somebody recommended that I read Kemona or Hitona recently, and it pissed me off because I was like, bitch, you think I'm not reading the biggest easily available free manga website? But they had one yesterday, a new series yesterday, that made me really go like, holy shit, this is the thing. I wish I could have thought of that. They just started a new series. I'm pretty sure it's been translated on Viz, so you should check it out. This one right here, Akuma-chan. This is a new person. This person is excellent at paneling, but I was actually like floored by what a good concept it is. When I was reading it, I was like, this is the most high-stake conflict in a story I've read in shonen manga for a long time. For those of you who haven't read it yet, go read it now. But there is the most popular ikemen in the class. Look at this paneling. Just super simple. Massive panel with the ikemen. 2 shots of main character getting super blushed, and then the third panel in which he's not even talking to her. LMAO. In 4 pages, you have just slammed the relationship of the two. Gonna add it to my Suayomi so I can download the free chapters. I mean, the first chapter is always going to be free. In fact, all the chapters are going to be free as long as you get them on time. But the concept of the story is the main character is living in the boondocks, middle of fucking nowhere in northern Hiroshima. And she finds out that he's going back to Tokyo because he's bored living here, because his parents are moving back. And she decides to... she has an amazing idea. She creates a yurukara for boys that will interest him. And it's dressing up like fucking Krauser-san. and running around. Look at this excellent paneling. And now she's famous in the school. So, this is what I was thinking. This is legitimately one of the highest stakes situation that we've ever had in a manga. This is way more high stakes than a shonen manga or something like that, where, like, if you fail, you die. Because if they find out who this character is, that it's her, legitimately her entire social life is fucking ruined for the rest of her life. She will never be able to live this down in this, like, tiny town in the middle of nowhere of Japan. For the rest of their life, all of her classmates will remember her as the girl who is dressing up as, like, this fucking demon character and running around. She is fucking done if her secret ever gets out. But unlike stuff like shonen, if you're doing like a shonen manga, you know that, like, if the main character's at risk of dying, they're not gonna die, right? Like, come on. The author can't continue the story without killing them off. If it's a NPC side character, they probably are gonna die. And what happens when we die? If it's Naruto, they just talk about inheriting the will of fire, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's sad. You know what's gonna happen. This is literally higher stakes than killing God, because everything in the story is based on a believable version of reality. And because the stakes are actually lower than death, the story is going to continue if people find out that what she's doing. But it's going to change her relationship with everybody else, right? Like, she is going to be completely fucking humiliated. And there is, like, a very real possibility that that might happen and the author might continue the story after she fucks up and some people find out and stuff like that. It's legitimately higher stakes, and you don't know what's going to happen compared to just, like, a life or death struggle. Social suicide in rural Japan in a high school. Yes. It's not even a high school. It's elementary school right now. And she's a shy girl. That means they're gonna know her as the demon girl for all the way until high school. Until she graduates high school, she can escape rural Japan and go to, like, Tokyo, where there's nobody there. But if she ever comes back to the local area where her parents are, they're still gonna remember her. Till the day they die and every single one of the classmates dies, they're gonna be like, remember back in elementary school when you dressed up like a demon and ran around? And you're like, no, please don't talk about it. So there cannot be higher stakes to this. It is actual social suicide. And the author is good enough at... I'm guessing that the author has actually grown up in northern Kyushu. For those of you who don't know, northern Kyushu, Kita Kyushu area of Japan is considered to be the shittiest part of Japan. The least populated. It's full of delinquents and there's nothing around. Everybody knows each other, of course. Rural Japan is socially boring. The manga sets it up by saying the only thing to do is there's a arcade, which is 30 minutes by car. So yeah, there's literally nothing to be done. Which is why the popular ikemen of the class wants to leave and go back to Tokyo, and why she's decides to dress up as a demon and run around. The great part about the concept is, and by making it an elementary school thing, is that it makes it completely believable. Because, like, that is that kind of, like, extreme actions that you might take when you're a kid. It's like a fucking psycho setup, but it's also, like, completely realistic that some kid might do that. And once they do it once, you can't stop doing it. Now you're stuck with it. She has chosen to become the jester of the entire populace of this area that probably only has like about 10,000 people at most. Is rural America guns and Breaking Bad? It's drugs, I would guess, and guns. Yes. If you mean Breaking Bad by in terms of like actually using meth instead of watching Breaking Bad, yes. So take away the guns and drugs from the American rural experience, and you get Japan rural experience, except not everybody has a car. The kids definitely don't have cars, and they don't have guns, and they don't have drugs. So yeah, it's pretty fucking boring. Someone posted the Devil Girl double page on a Discord I'm in and I had to read it immediately. It's really good. The paneling is excellent. I had read this guy's the one-shots that he had done to win his awards and get posted on the magazine earlier in 2022, I believe. And he's really leveled up his paneling and just the general ideas. The one shot in which he won an award with was about a shy girl, so similar concept, but it was a shy girl who was in her spare time writing porn of starring the guy she liked in class, and then he reads it. So similar like concept in terms of shy girl fucks up badly, but you kind of want to root for her. In the one shot, the love interest guy, it turns out that he had like a serious heart disease or something, and she was making it worse by giving him porn involving himself. But it ended with him not dying, and it ended up being a happy end. So I don't think the author is into misery porn, at least. No cars, no drugs, no guns. Give me a rural city with nothing. Japanese rural city, it has farmland. If it's northern Kyushu, it doesn't even have bears. It literally has nothing. Nothing except the girl that puts on demon face paint and runs around making noises. I love the shift from despair right into the absurdity of her plan. What's also realistic is that she spends time actually thinking about, like, what could attract boys. What do boys like? And she's like, boys like, they like demons, they like skulls, they like poop and pee-pee and penises. And I'm like, you know what? She's right. She understands men entirely. We do like demons and skulls and stuff. This woman understands the male psyche. Her master plan of dressing up like a weird demon figure and running around works excellent. If only adult women understood. Unfortunately, adult women have lost the purity of heart that elementary school girl has for the biggest ikemen in the class. You know, here's the thing. It's probably because you're not ikemen enough. Remember, she's going after the ultimate ikemen in the entire grade, who's both extremely handsome and the popular among all the girls and the boys, and is super nice and kind, and just a great kid all around. The reason why your girlfriend isn't dressing up like a big titty goth demon is because she doesn't find value in you enough to do so. If you're the true Giga Chad of the entire school, women will do all sorts of shit for you. God, lighting and shading is so fucking hard. I can't actually make it accurate, I just have to do it based on my feeling. There's some people who do like painting on Twitter and shit that have just like insane understanding of like how light reflects on armor and stuff, but I'm pretty sure they have a shit ton of references and they're just painting based off the reference. Like, if you just have a 3D model, it becomes way easier. That's the real secret about professionals. People think that, like, professionals have all this shit in their head. They don't. They just have shit tons of references. I should just go to Sketchfab and pull out Knight Armor reference, but I have a photo that's already good enough. I just don't really know how to do it with my pen lines. You're sadly not the armor artist, but the elf booba artist. Actually, I'm the facial expression artist. There's a reason why people are like, oh my god, your facial expressions are so good. It's because I labor over them like for 10 hours, making sure the angle of the eyebrow is in the exact right position and stuff like that. I have to learn how to draw faster, but no matter how much corners I'm going to have to cut if I ever get to serialization, we're going to make sure that the faces look correct. Where do I cut corners? Gotta cut corners someplace, but not there. I think it's easier to look at the white parts instead of the dark parts to kind of feel the light. And then try and go from there. I always appreciate styles that really make an effort to differentiate faces. You don't have to like differentiate it that much, but I do start to get annoyed when same face becomes too hard. You better have like different hairstyles for all the characters at least, at the bare minimum. And you should try and like put like slightly different eyebrows or something. It's so common to fall into same face in anime. I mean, they don't even try, so half the time. Don't cut the booba either. I'm not even that good at drawing breasts, honestly. There are so many better breast maestros out there. All the women in Overwatch have the same face. You have to figure out how to draw attractive women while changing enough of their facial body parts that they look different. You get the sexo proportions just right, just a simple style but with precision. I don't know. I feel like I should vary the body types. So here's my new character. Here's the female. Make sure she has the same face as every other female. You'll be hated, but people won't be able to stop reading your stuff. One Piece actually doesn't sell that well right now. It's a lot of people have stopped reading One Piece. What is the most popular manga right now? I'm not sure. Oh, you can always use other methods, which would be like you draw the character's face and then make them an ikemen. But then you do like completely weird ass shit with your eyebrows. This is the golden Kamui author method. I was reading Dog Sled the other day because the website had like the first 2 volumes to be available for free. And even after Golden Kamui, he's still doing like just random ass eyebrows like this. He's doing like Mato eyebrow or just like all sorts of like weird ass eyebrow. This is like average Golden Kamui eyebrow design. And then give him like a completely nonsensical beard as well. And then have nobody ever talk about his eyebrow and beard design like it's like a completely normal thing. Ironically, the hairstyles are usually pretty normal, though. It's like normal hairstyle because he's in the military or going to like a strict school, but then have fucking insane fucking eyebrow and facial hair. Ironically, Bleach and Naruto, unlike One Piece, despite not using extremely, you know, outrageous cartoonish proportions, they have a pretty wide variety of character designs if you think about it. Like, for example, if you think about it, like, uh, I'm forgetting his name, Sai shows up halfway through Naruto. I don't know if I can draw him without looking. He's essentially just not Sasuke, right? Black hair, black clothing, but exposed midriff. And yet he has enough like slight distinctiveness in his facial expressions and shit like that and eyes. He's the more feminine Sasuke. Sasuke Bussy level 8 versus Sai Bussy level 12, you know? Like if you put them side by side, you could still tell them apart. Meanwhile, you have shit like in Chainsaw Man where like I had legitimately difficult times during the zombie arc in Chainsaw Man, in which like there's a bunch of characters all wearing suits. Like every Chainsaw Man character is wearing a fucking suit, and like every female's hairstyle is like this, right? They have like the single piece of hair in the center, black hair, white eyes. This is every Chainsaw Man female, and then they might have like some kind of ponytail, or just like some kind of hair like this. But then they all fucking wear the suits, so you literally don't know who's who. Like Kobeni just straight up looks like Asa, even in part 2. It's very bad same face syndrome. Sai is the suspiciously similar substitute for Sasuke that can't fully adopt the good color palette of the predecessor. If Sasuke came back and saw Naruto fucking sigh, he'd be like, God damn it, Naruto, you just found a replacement for me, didn't you? All you wanted was my pussy. And Naruto would be like, that's not true, Datebayo Sasuke. I like you for your personality. Your warm, welcoming personality. The lesbians were kind of distinguishable. Lesbian had white hair, but can any of you distinguish all of the lesbian females that she was with? Like, I can't remember any of her secondary lesbians that were around with her. Also, her entire existence went nowhere. A common problem of Chainsaw Man. I got a Dare mug and highly enjoy it. Thanks for the content. Thank you for contributing to my rent. I need to buy Japanese food so I don't die. Literally all of Chainsaw Man went nowhere, LMAO. It literally went nowhere, didn't it? The most extreme version of not going anywhere in a long time. He has no excuse because it's not like in previous versions of Shonen Jump, like if you wanted to quit and it was like Weekly Shonen Jump and it was a magazine, you literally couldn't quit. The editor would be like, no, bitch, if you quit, you're going in deep trouble. The entire publishing company is going to beat your ass. But he was literally in a situation in which he could have taken a break and he just like gone on hiatus if he was feeling burnout, and it would have been 100% okay because everybody else is going on hiatus in on the online version, and it's not a big deal. I mean, Spy Family was on hiatus for like, I don't know, 8 months, a year or so, and it just came back recently. The editors apparently they'll say like, maybe you should take a break for a little bit so you don't get burnout. And I'm sure they discussed that with him. Like, there's no way they were just like, are you sure you... I'm sure they were like, are you sure you just want to end it like this? Like, and he's like, yeah, right. He actually just gave up. It's not even like giving up, like, I'm too tired, I can't continue. He was just like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about my readers, I don't care about this story. I've written myself into a corner. It's particularly stupid because the Chainsaw Man story, like, it didn't have any logic in the first place. He could have written any kind of ass-pull to get it out of him. He didn't have to go like it was all a dream bullshit. Like if Death-chan came back and it was like, I guess you can't destroy me after all, I'm too powerful, nobody would have been like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. It's in the JoJo zone, in which at any point Araki can just be like, Killer Queen is now Killer Queen bites Zadasto. I exploded time. And all the readers are like, ah, Araki-sensei, once again a marvelous plot that makes total sense. Bravo, you've done it again. Spy has been back for a good while now. I don't give a fuck about Spy Family, so... I absolutely despise Spy Family. I don't know why it pisses me off so much. For most other stories in manga, I can just be like, oh, it's just not meant for me, but Spy Family, I just hate it on a guttural level. I'm not sure why. I hate it so much, I don't even masturbate to your porn, which is saying a lot. Never got interested in reading it. I think what I don't like about it is because I actually went into it expecting there would be some kind of spy work, and it then just ended up like Lupin the Third style, like, shenanigans. Like, the very concept pisses me off, because the entire thing about the spy family is like, oh, I need to have a family so I can act as a spy in this situation, so I'm gonna find a family once I get there. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Do you think, like, countries, when they send in their KGB sleeper agents to America, they're like, let's find a local American orphan? That's not how fucking spy agencies work, dude. Yor and Lloyd do nothing for me. Yor is built for getting hypnosis, ugly bastard cock, whatever, just like all the other Shonen Jump heroines, except even when she is getting ugly bastard cock, I'm not interested in her. That's how little I care about Spy Family. That's why Black Widows is an amazing movie. I don't know if it's an amazing movie, but having an entire family of spies infiltrating America isn't exactly an original concept. It was a normal thing that actually happened during the Cold War. It's not like something they thought of. I'm just saying, like, that's such a basic part of, like, spycraft that it's crazy that Spy Family is like, we need to set this up. I actually... See, here's the thing. Being a spy is exciting on its own, right? You don't need some bullshit power, magical assassin girl and Esper elementary school kid to make spycraft exciting. It's just like a lot of cutesy-wootsy bullshit. Apparently the Spy Family author wasn't even into writing that kind of, like, happy, cute stuff. He wanted to write extremely depressing shit, and it wasn't popular, so the editor was like, how about we try something cutesy, and it sold a shit ton of money, and now he can't stop because it's his job. Which is kind of sad. We need to free him so he can write his next love comedy about a girl who has lost all of her limbs and her eyesight, who is getting cucked by her boyfriend while she sits alone in a darkened room. Uh-oh, I mentioned quadriplegic limb amputation. Now Hystrixia is gonna be happy. Yeah, she's already posting the, oh my god. I don't get misery porn. Oh man, there was one author who I was following on Twitter. I wonder if I can find them. Who wrote the best fucking misery porn. I think he was called Zeroyong. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. No. Oh yeah, it is Zero Young. I found it. This person. Oh, they have a new series of a policeman and sex elves, but where he was really at his best is before he went full published author. He wrote the best fucking misery porn in the business. I wish I could be as fucked up as him. Some of his old ass stuff. I'm trying to find a good example. A lot of Kankore shit. Classic Kankore author. Oh, here's a good one in which she drew a picture of her and the Admiral, and like, oh, you're good at drawing, hee hee. And then here, and she cuts her finger on the piece of paper, and she sees the blood, and then she starts screaming from PTSD of her losing her arm. If you notice, she's lacking an arm right here. And then she fucking pukes. And then the Admiral hugs her and tells her it's okay. This has fucking 28,000 likes. What the fuck? It's great, isn't it? Here's a loligaki being like, hey Admiral, it's Christmas, but I guess it doesn't matter for you. You don't have anyone to be with you, right? If you're alone, I feel sorry for you so. And it's like, no, I'm gonna be spending Christmas Eve with a different Kankore girl. Here she has tickets for her illumination. And I'm going to party with everyone else. And she's like, oh, okay. And then she puts the fucking Christmas cake in the garbage basket and spends the Christmas crying alone. That's the entire fucking comic. 25,000 likes. This is the version of one of the Kankore coming back, and she's all damaged. And then, with the dialogue, the Admiral is worried about her. Oh, and I guess this is, and now that she realizes that he's worried about her because she's damaged, she's thinking about committing suicide, so he'll worry about her even more. My favorite one of all time, I wonder if I can find it, is the ones where the main character, the MC guy, kills himself to mentally fuck with the other characters. Here he is bullying Nagatoro emotionally. Unfortunately, he went and became a published author and he wasn't allowed to do stories about, you know, the main character killing himself to mess with the mental state of girls after he became published. My favorite one was where, is this it? It's like an OL setting, and the main character, the brat is bullying the main character nonstop, incessantly, and the main character in response commits suicide, thus forever traumatizing the bully girl who just liked him and wanted him to pay attention to her. I was just like, holy fuck, that's just so brilliant. The tragedy of going big, your wings are clipped. You can't write misery porn about MC Kun killing himself to traumatize the girl forever. Is this the guy who made the teacher and the 3 girl students? Yes. I mean, the best part of that manga wasn't even because the MC was killing himself because he wanted to traumatize her. It was because he was just depressed and she didn't properly communicate her affection to him. He should have been the one to write Nagatoro. I mean, the Nagatoro author is a certified Ryona fetishist as well. If she was left to her own devices, I believe it's a she, it would all be content about Nagatoro-chan getting belly punched and stuff like that. However, yeah, that is also not considered to be, you know, appropriate content, so... Crazy 4-hour stream. What's truly crazy is that I've drawn almost nothing during this stream, and I've made a few little marks with the pen here and there. But it shows you how completely unproductive I am if I'm actually talking to people. Like, I just can't put myself in the mental space of, like, actually putting marks on paper. He's starving for us. It's because I went to bed early last night. That's why, actually. I went to bed at midnight. I was like, okay, I'm gonna be serious. I'm gonna go to sleep at 11:30 starting tonight, every fucking night. And I woke up at 4:30. So, yeah, I have more energy now that I properly slept. I only slept for 4.5 hours, but I will take a nap. I wonder if it really is true where they're always like, you have to go to sleep before midnight, and if you're not, you're like fucking up your health long term, even if you're getting enough hours of sleep in the day. I wonder if that's true, or if it's just like the normies being like, you have to do it. I guess I can prove it now with my own body to see if that's true or not. Because I had been going to bed at like 3 in the morning and stuff like that, and waking up at like, you know, 7, so like 4 hours of sleep at night, but then I would have to sleep it during the day, but, you know, I don't know if I was 100% fully rested. Depends on your circadian rhythm. I always sleep during the day, though. No matter how many hours I sleep at night, I have to sleep during the day because I lose energy during the day. We're going to find out if I can operate better by going to sleep at like 11:30. I actually took a test at one point in the New York Times that was like, we'll check what your ideal sleep time is. And they said it was 11:30, so we're going to try going to sleep at 11:30 and see if I feel better. I think it's probably just propaganda, but what matters most is getting enough sleep. My mother is a fucking fiend, so she's a really bad person to be around. She'll go on like 5 hours of sleep a week in a row, 4 hours of sleep a week in a row, even though she's like in her late 70s. What a fucking psycho. Part of sleeping during the day is that you might just be used to it. Nah, it's not just being used to it. It's because I can't handle that level of like being out and productive and using energy nonstop. Like, it's been that way since middle school. Like, going outside and doing shit is so tiring for me. I need to like take a nap to recover. Born to be Japanese salarywoman but rejected her purpose. Don't worry, she went to America where she's allowed to be a slave to the system, all on her own. There's plenty of Americans who are working themselves to death, even if they're not Japanese. Old people don't need sleep. They require less sleep and food. This just sounds like Hystrixia abusing her elderly father. Old man, psh, you don't need sleep, you don't need food. He's like, oh, please. Please, I need to eat. Oh, Ji-san, you already had your food for today. Apparently you need like some amount of like physical strength to be able to sleep for long periods of time. And once you start getting weaker, you can't even sleep properly. I need 8 night or I'm useless. I think I can get by on like 7 or 6.5, but I do think as you get older, you need less and less sleep because your body emits hormones and stuff while you're asleep that allows your body to like grow and become energized and stuff, and then you stop growing as an adult, so you just don't need as much sleep. It's weird how we've made it so that our children are like the busiest, even like more busy than humans. Not humans, adults. I guess that is appropriate. Children are in their larvae stage, so they're not really human. They need to be sleeping underneath the ground in their cocoon. The disgusting subhuman creatures, also known as children. Running on 3 months a few months ago was wild. I can only go for like 1 day on 3 hours. And then after that, I have to go back to like 7 hours immediately. There's no way I could do like 3 or 4 hours at night on an extended basis, which is why if I want to be like a mangaka, there's no way I can do weekly mangaka. If you can't function on like at least 5 or 6 hours of sleep at minimum, or I guess at maximum, then you can't be weekly serialized mangaka. It do be like that. On the other hand, what do I know about sleep? I'm functionally unemployed. I'm a hikinito, so I could sleep as much as I want or sleep as little as I want. I have zero pressure in life. Which is why I was like, I need to get fucking healthy, because like there's really no excuse for me to be unhealthy. Like, I don't even know how many hours I sleep, because if I'm tired, I can just take a nap for as long as I want to. which is like categorically different from pretty much everybody else in this stream, right? Actually, what do I know? I bet a lot of you people are neat shut-ins right now. I've basically been living the neat shut-in lifestyle ever since I graduated from high school, because in college, if I wanted to sleep, I could just sleep as much as I want. Obviously, you'd have to, like, write your papers and stuff, but it's fucking college, so you'd just be like, whatever, I'll just sleep instead. Usually that just resulted in me having a more unhealthy lifestyle than properly sleeping, but... You're a fake neat, we don't claim you, you pay rent. I also go outside as well, so I'm not a hikikomori either. But the reason why I pay rent is because I didn't have to pay rent until recently. So I have a lot of money saved up. I have mass wealth accumulation by being neat for a long period of time. Trying really hard not to be a neat, but nobody wants to hire a guy in his 30s without work experience. I think if you're looking for work, you don't qualify as neat. That just makes you unemployed. Neats are people who choose to be living that lifestyle. If you're looking for work, you're just unemployed, unfortunately. Six figures neat. I mean, our richest people on the planet are fucking neats. It's not like Elon has a fucking job. He just pretends like he has a job. You're nothing different from the massive giga-billionaires out there. Elon plays Path of Exile 2 all day. Actually, that's categorically false. He does not play it at all. We know for a fact because we saw him try and stream it, and he didn't know how to do the most basic menuing things, which indicates that he probably has only played Path of Exile for a total of 30 minutes. Elon is fake about everything he does, including shit that should be really easy and should just be leisure activity. Elon manages Twitter, so he does have a job? Okay. Well, I guess I have a job too then. If shitposting on Twitter counts as a job, then I'm well employed as well. I'm joking, yet there are people who actually make their money off of Twitter. Shitposting is hard work? It is actually hard work. Think how many shitposters there are on Twitter. How do you become like one of these popular political shitposters when there's like a million other people and you don't actually have anything different to offer in terms of opinions? Like, what's the difference between popular internet shitposter and unpopular internet shitposter? It probably just comes down to when you showed up and how many followers you accumulated doing that. What hobbies do these billionaires do? Yachting. None of them actually likes yachting, and I don't think any of them actually control the yacht, though. They just have too much money, so they don't know what to do with it. And a yacht is basically the most expensive thing you can buy besides a sports team, so... This is why I actually like Ballmer. Because we know for a fact that Steve Ballmer when he bought his fucking sports team, he actually cares about the Clippers and he actually wants them to win, and he's willing to give Kawhi under the table deals so he can hire the best talent to win. Like, I don't think any of the other people who, like, even own fucking yachts actually care about yachting, right? At least Steve Ballmer actually fucking cares about the Clippers. That's slightly more human than everybody else. At least he's not a fucking, you know, emotionless robot like the Zucks is. Dubai chocolate parties. I feel like the amount of billionaires who are actually having Dubai chocolate parties is vastly overrated. It probably gets old pretty fucking fast if you've seen it once. Like, you pay one Instagram influencer female to show up and, like, humiliate herself. Are you really gonna still be interested in the same thing the next time? Like, how different could it be between Instagram influencer A and Instagram influencer B once you've seen them, like, fuck a goat once, right? Like, how different can it be? It's probably the same shit. They care about going into international waters to do illegal shit. Why can't we just do illegal shit in our normal American waters and then pay off all the judges? What's the point of being an ultra giga billionaire if you have to go all the way into the middle of the ocean just so you can have your Instagram influencer female have sex with a goat? I should be able to do that in the privacy of my own home. I wonder how relevant Dubai is going to be once the oil money actually starts to dry up. Because the whole thing about Dubai of it existing was it's supposed to be like some sort of economic force other than oil in United Arab Emirates, right? So they're like, we're going to have a big cultural center. But isn't the entire reason the big cultural center is even somewhat relevant is because they have shit ton of free money and oil sitting around? Fucking a goat in your backyard isn't as glamorous, BB. I don't know. I feel like fucking a goat anywhere is its own reward. Deliverance also top 10 male ass rape movies. I wonder if there's like a cinephile list about best movie cinema rape scenes top 10. If there is, I'm sure Deliverance is number one, right? Hold on, let me look it up. Top 10 movie rape scenes. Nah, it's just like serious stuff. Maybe this Watch Mojo. There isn't any actual list. Hold on, let me ask AI. What? They don't give me a top 10 list on its own? They just give you a list of shit? I want AI to give me the AI selection for top 10 scenes. Meh. No Deliverance. Trash. It has Berserk in it, though. American History X at least is in there. 5 Kids, Unbelievable, Rosemary's Baby, Wild Things, Natural Born Killers. I don't think Wild Things had any rape scenes. Apple Tree Yard, American Me, 50 Shades of Black, LMAO. Is this like the third one? Or the second one of 50 Shades of Grey? Devil Hunter, Berserk. I'm waiting for Deliverance, but we're not getting it. Yeah, no Deliverance in here. Pretty disappointing. There's that French movie with rape in it, Irreversible. Of course, the French movie. 10-minute scene. That scene's very French. I think I might have seen it in like on porn websites. I think there was like I've seen like when I've been browsing porn websites, it's just like this is straight up from a movie. I'm like, huh. Is this like an actual movie? Why is it this here? We have hit the bottom of the barrel. There is always a deeper part of the barrel. I watched Backrooms yesterday. It was insane. Was there any Deliverance-style rape scenes in it? I'm guessing not. Alright guys, I've been streaming for a very long time now. 4:20, exactly 4:20. It's time to go smoke weed. So, I have to go and light up. See you around, boys. Good night. Have a nice night.